What if Deku was reborn as a hollow in Bleach and formed an Arrancar Harem with Halibel and Nelliel? Chapter 1, Rebirth in the Sands. Death wasn't supposed to feel like this. Izuku Midoriya, hero named Deku, remembered a burning flash of pain, then nothing. The villain had been too strong, too fast. One moment he was charging forward, one for all crackling around him at 60%, the next, darkness. Now he drifted through black emptiness, a heavy weight pressing against his chest. Something pulled at him, a chain. He looked down and saw it, a metal chain protruding from his sternum, stretching into the darkness behind him. Hello. His voice echoed in the void. Is anyone there? All Might? Uraraka? Anyone? No answer came. Just the rattling of his chain as he moved. Time passed differently here. Minutes? Hours? Days? He couldn't tell. The chain grew shorter, eating itself link by link. Each time it devoured another segment, pain shot through his entire being. Then came the hunger. It started as an ache, a hollow feeling in his gut. Then it transformed into something monstrous, a ravenous, all-consuming need that clawed at him from the inside. What's happening to me? He gasped, clutching at his chest as the final links of chain began to disintegrate. The pain exploded. His chest burst open from within. White fluid poured out, covering his face, hardening into something solid. He screamed, but the sound warped into something inhuman, a roar that shook the darkness around him. The hunger grew worse. So much worse. Deku's consciousness faded in and out. When awareness returned, he stood on sand, endless white sand under a black sky. A massive white mask covered his face. His body felt wrong, twisted, no longer human. He looked down at clawed hands, at the hole that now pierced his chest. I'm a hollow, he whispered, the knowledge somehow there in his mind despite never having heard the term before. The hunger gnawed at him. Souls. He needed to devour souls. The instinct pulled at him, tried to override everything that made him Izuku Midoriya. No, he growled, fighting against it. I won't hurt anyone. But the hunger didn't care about his morals. It consumed his thoughts, pushing him forward across the endless desert. Somewhere in this barren landscape were other hollows. Souls he could eat. Souls that would quiet the screaming emptiness inside him. I'm a hero, he told himself, his voice distorted by the mask. I protect people. I don't hurt them. Still, he moved forward. His new body felt fast, powerful. Different from how One for All had felt, but somehow familiar. Energy crackled around him, green and electric, a phantom echo of his former quirk. In the distance, a shape moved across the dunes. Another hollow, smaller than him, reptilian. It sensed him and froze. The hunger roared. Before Deku realized what was happening, he'd pounced. His claws tore through the other hollow's mask. Its essence flowed into him, the hunger momentarily quieting. Horror washed over him. What did I just do? But another part of him, the hollow part, felt satisfaction. Strength. The consumed hollow's power added to his own. And more importantly, for a brief moment, the maddening hunger subsided. This is wrong, he said aloud, his voice echoing across the empty landscape. But I didn't kill a human soul, did I? Just another monster like me. The rationalization felt hollow, but it was all he had. Days passed. Or maybe weeks. Time meant nothing in this eternal night. Deku hunted other hollows, growing stronger with each one consumed. With strength came clarity. The hunger remained, but it no longer controlled him completely. He could think, plan, remember. He remembered his life. His mother. All Might. UA. His friends. The battles they'd fought together. The dreams he'd had. All gone now. He sat atop a crystalline tree, looking out across the vast desert of Hueco Mundo. His form had changed as he'd consumed more hollows. He'd grown larger, more humanoid. His mask had reshaped itself, still resembling the rabbit-like shape of his hero costume, but with sharp teeth and glowing green eyes. "I need a purpose," he said to himself. "Even here, I can't just exist to consume." A roar split the air, a massive hollow, easily 10 times his size, burst from beneath the sand nearby. It resembled a centipede with a bull's skull for a mask, dozens of legs churning up the desert as it charged toward a smaller group of hollows. Without thinking, Deku leaped from his perch. Green energy, reminiscent of full cowling, crackled around him as he shot toward the giant hollow. "Hey!" he shouted. "Pick on someone your own size." The massive hollow turned, surprised by his intervention. Its red eyes narrowed. "Fresh meat," it rumbled. "You smell strong. You'll make a fine meal." Deku dodged its first strike, a massive pincer that would have cut him in half. He landed on its back, running along its segmented body. "I'm not on the menu," he called, charging his attack. The energy surrounding him intensified, focusing around his right arm. Smash! The word escaped him automatically as he drove his fist into the creature's mask. Cracks spread across the white surface, but it didn't break. The hollow bucked, throwing Deku off. He flipped in midair, landing on his feet. The smaller hollows had scattered, disappearing into the sands. Good. At least they were safe. The centipede hollow charged again, faster this time. "You dare challenge me? I've consumed thousands of your kind." Deku stood his ground, analyzing his opponent's movements. He'd always been good at breaking down fighting styles, finding weaknesses. Even as a hollow, that analytical mind remained. "You're strong," Deku admitted, "but you're slow to turn. Your legs can only move you forward and back efficiently." He darted to the side, proving his point as the massive hollow struggled to change direction. Deku channeled more energy into his legs, pushing himself to move faster. The sand beneath him exploded with each step. "What are you?" the hollow demanded. "That power, it's not like any hollow I've encountered." "I'm still figuring that out," Deku replied, leaping high into the air. "But I know one thing, I won't let you hurt others just because you're hungry." He came down hard, both fists extended, driving them into the creature's mask with all his strength. This time, the mask shattered. The hollow let out a final roar before its massive body began to disintegrate. Its power flowed into Deku, a rush of energy that made him stagger. This one had been strong, far stronger than the others he'd consumed. The hunger quieted further. His mind cleared more. And something new happened. Cracks formed across his own mask. Pain shot through him, bringing him to his knees in the sand. He clutched at his face as the mask began to fragment. "What's happening to me now?" he gasped. The mask broke away, pieces falling to the sand. But unlike the hollow he'd just defeated, Deku didn't disintegrate. Instead, he felt power swelling within him, changing him. His body glowed with intense green light, blinding in the darkness of Hueco Mundo. When the light faded, he looked down at himself. His body had become almost human again, though the hole in his chest remained. His skin was pale, and fragments of his mask clung to the right side of his face, forming what looked like a partial crown or horn. He felt his face with newfound hands, human hands, though with black nails. His mask was gone, but he could sense that part of it remained attached to his head. "I've changed again," he murmured. "Evolved." Knowledge filtered into his consciousness, as if the transformation had unlocked new understanding. "Arrancar," he said, testing the word. "I'm an Arrancar now." He stood, flexing his new form. He wore white clothing that had formed during his transformation, a jacket with coattails and fitted pants, trimmed in green that matched the energy of his power. At his waist hung a sword, a zanpakuto, his mind supplied. He drew it, examining the blade. It had a green hilt and a guard shaped like his old hero mask. The blade itself seemed to shimmer with energy. "One for all," he whispered, and the sword pulsed in response. Somehow, his quirk had followed him into death, becoming part of his Arrancar power. A sound made him turn. 3 hollows, no, 3 Arrancar like himself, approached across the sand. They moved with purpose, their spiritual pressure immense. The one in front, a slender male with pink hair and glasses, studied Deku with scientific curiosity. "Fascinating," he said. "Self-evolution without the Hogyoku. Lord Aizen will want to see this one." The largest of the 3, a massive dark-skinned man with a ridge of bone along his jawline, grunted. "Doesn't look that special to me. Just another Arrancar." The third said nothing, observing Deku through half-lidded eyes. Deku raised his sword. "Who are you? What do you want?" The pink-haired one smiled. "I am Sailaporo Grands. My companions are Zamari Ruros and Dordoni Alessandro del Sicaccio. We are Espada, or former Espada in Dordoni's case, serving under Lord Aizen." Aizen? The name meant nothing to Deku. "Our god, essentially," Sailaporo said with a smirk. "The one who has elevated us beyond mere hollows. Though you seem to have managed that trick on your own, which makes you quite interesting." "I'm not going anywhere with you," Deku said, falling into a fighting stance. "I don't know what your plans are, but I'm not interested." Zamari disappeared, then reappeared behind Deku. "Your interest is irrelevant. Lord Aizen has sensed your transformation and sent us to retrieve you." Deku spun, bringing his sword up just in time to block Zamari's strike. The impact sent him sliding back across the sand. "Fast," Deku thought. "But I can be faster." Green energy erupted around him. Full cowling, he muttered, the technique coming naturally despite his transformation. He vanished from sight, reappearing above Zamari and bringing his blade down. The Espada blocked, but his eyes widened at Deku's speed. "Sonido?" Zamari questioned. "No, something else. Something unique." "Whatever it is, it's not enough," Sailaporo said, drawing his own blade. "Let's not damage the specimen too badly. Lord Aizen will want him intact for study." Deku faced the 3 Arrancar, sword ready. He was outnumbered and facing unknown powers. But he'd been in worse situations before. "I don't want to fight you," he said, "but I will if I have to." Dordoni finally spoke, stepping forward with a dramatic flourish. "The Nino has spirit. Perhaps we should test him properly before dragging him back. See what he's capable of, eh?" "We have our orders," Zamari said flatly. "Orders which include evaluating his abilities," Sailaporo countered. "Dordoni, you may have your fun. Just don't kill him." The flamboyant Arrancar grinned, twirling his mustache. "Excellent. Come, Nino. Show Dordoni what you can do." He charged forward, drawing his Zanpakuto. Deku met him halfway, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. The impact created a shockwave that rippled across the sand. Deku found himself grinning behind his partial mask. Despite everything, his death, his transformation into a hollow, the strange world he now inhabited, the thrill of combat remained. The test of strength against strength, skill against skill. Dordoni was good, incredibly fast and strong. But Deku had fought powerful opponents before. He analyzed as they exchanged blows, looking for patterns, weaknesses. "You fight well for a newborn Arrancar," Dordoni said, executing a spinning kick that Deku barely dodged. "Who were you in life, Nino?" "A hero," Deku answered simply, countering with a thrust that forced Dordoni back. "A hero?" Dordoni laughed. "How noble. And now you are a hollow, a devourer of souls. Quite the fall, no?" The word stung, but Deku pushed past them. "I'm still me. Whatever I've become, I haven't lost who I am. He channeled more energy into his sword, causing the blade to glow green. The technique came instinctively, a concentration of his power, similar to how he'd once focused one for all into specific body parts. Delaware smash, he called, swinging the blade in a wide arc. A crescent of green energy shot toward Dordoni. The Arrancar's eyes widened. He raised his blade to block, but the force sent him tumbling backward across the sand. Impressive, Sailaporo noted. A Zero variant? Deku didn't answer. He didn't fully understand his own powers yet, only that they felt like natural extensions of his former abilities. Dordoni rose, dusting sand from his uniform. Not bad, Niño. But now it's time I showed you what a true Arrancar can do. He held his Zanpakuto horizontally. Whirl, Giralda. Wind exploded around him as his release command triggered a transformation. His mask fragment extended, and two enormous cyclones formed from his legs, each topped with a bird-like mask. This is my resurrection, Dordoni explained, now floating above the cyclones. The true form of an Arrancar's power. Can you stand against it, little hero? The twin cyclones shot toward Deku. He leaped high, using full cowling to propel himself above the attack. But the winds changed direction, following him through the air. You cannot escape Giralda's pursuit. Dordoni called. Deku crossed his arms as the cyclone slammed into him, sending him crashing back to the sand. Pain ripped through him, but it was different from pain in his human body, sharper, yet more distant. He rose slowly, green energy crackling more intensely around him. I need to go higher, he muttered. 20% won't cut it. He closed his eyes briefly, focusing on the well of power inside him. As a human, pushing one for all beyond certain limits had risked damaging his body. But this body was different, stronger, more resilient. 40%, he said, and the energy around him doubled in intensity. Full cowling. He vanished from sight, his speed now too great for even Dordoni to track easily. He reappeared behind one of the cyclones, sword glowing. Texas smash. The blade cut through the cyclone, dispersing the winds and shattering the bird-like mask. Dordoni cried out in pain, staggering back. Impossible, he gasped. You cut through my Giralda. Next is you, Deku said, charging forward. Dordoni rallied, directing his remaining cyclone to intercept. You are strong, Niño, but inexperienced. You don't yet know the limits of your power. That's always been true, Deku replied, remembering his early days with One for All. But it's never stopped me before. He pushed harder, the green energy around him intensifying further. 50%. Detroit smash. His blade met the cyclone head-on, energy versus wind. For a moment they stalemated, the force creating a vacuum that pulled sand up around them in a massive column visible for miles across Hueco Mundo. Then Deku's attack broke through. His blade dispersed the second cyclone and continued toward Dordoni. At the last second, he turned the blade, striking the Arrancar with the flat side rather than the edge. The impact sent Dordoni flying. He crashed into a crystalline tree, which shattered from the force. When the dust settled, he lay in the sand, his resurrection fading as he lost consciousness. Deku stood panting, sword still extended. The energy around him faded back to a gentle glow as he turned to face the other two Arrancar. I don't want to fight you, he repeated. But I will if I have to. I'm not going anywhere against my will. Sailaporo and Zamari exchanged glances. Most interesting, the pink-haired Espada said. He defeated Dordoni in his release state without even using his own resurrection. If he even knows how. Lord Aizen's orders were clear, Zamari reminded him. We bring him to Las Noches. And we shall, Sailaporo agreed. But perhaps we needn't do so by force. He turned to Deku with a calculating smile. You're powerful, unusually so for a self-made Arrancar. But you're also alone in a world you don't understand. Hueco Mundo is vast and dangerous, filled with hollows who would devour you for your strength. I can handle myself, Deku said, though he knew the Arrancar had a point. He knew nothing about this world beyond what instinct and observation had taught him. No doubt, Sailaporo conceded. But to what end? To wander the desert eternally, fighting off attackers? Come to Las Noches. Meet Lord Aizen. Hear what he offers. If you don't like what you hear, you can always leave. Deku lowered his sword slightly. You'd let me go if I wanted to leave. Zamari's expression suggested otherwise, but Sailaporo nodded. Of course. Lord Aizen values willing followers above all. Forced loyalty is no loyalty at all. It was probably a lie, but Deku saw the strategic advantage in going along with them for now. He'd learn more about this world, about what he'd become. And if this Aizen person turned out to be a threat, better to know his enemy. Fine, he said, sheathing his Zanpakuto. I'll come with you to Las Noches and hear what your lord has to say. Sailaporo's smile widened. Excellent decision. Zamari moved to retrieve the unconscious Dordoni, slinging him over one shoulder with ease. By the way, Sailaporo asked as they began walking across the desert, what should we call you? You must have had a name in life. Deku hesitated. Giving his real name felt wrong somehow, too personal to share with these strangers. But his hero name. Deku, he said finally. My name is Deku. Deku, Sailaporo repeated. How quaint. Well, Deku, welcome to your new existence. Las Noches awaits. They walked for what seemed like hours across the unchanging desert. Occasionally, Deku sensed other hollows nearby, watching from beneath the sand or behind distant dunes. None approached, the presence of two Espada was apparently deterrent enough. What exactly is Las Noches? Deku asked eventually, breaking the silence. Our fortress, Sailaporo replied. Lord Aizen's seat of power in Hueco Mundo. The stronghold of the Arrancar army he is building. Army? Deku frowned. For what purpose? All in good time, Sailaporo said with a dismissive wave. Lord Aizen will explain everything when we arrive. Deku fell silent again, processing what little information he'd gathered. An army suggested conflict. War. And from what he'd seen so far of Arrancar power, a war involving them would be devastating. On the horizon, a massive structure gradually came into view. At first, Deku thought it was a mountain, but as they drew closer, he realized it was a building, the largest he'd ever seen, dwarfing even UA's campus. That's Las Noches, he asked, unable to keep the awe from his voice. Impressive, isn't it? Sailaporo said proudly. The dome covers an area so vast it has its own artificial sky inside. As they approached the outer wall, Deku sensed a change in the spiritual pressure around them. More Arrancar were nearby, their power signatures distinct from regular hollows. A massive gate opened before them. Guards nodded respectfully to Sailaporo and Zamari as they passed. Inside, the artificial sky Sailaporo had mentioned spread overhead, a perfect imitation of daylight. After the eternal night of Hueco Mundo's desert, the brightness made Deku squint. This way, Sailaporo directed, leading them down a wide corridor. Lord Aizen awaits in the throne room. Deku followed, noting the layout of the fortress, marking exits and potential escape routes. Old habits died hard, even in death. They passed other Arrancar in the halls, some regarded Deku with curiosity, others with open hostility. He kept his hand near the hilt of his Zanpakuto, ready for trouble. One group in particular caught his attention, a cluster of female Arrancar led by a tall, dark-skinned woman with blonde hair and a high-collared jacket that covered the lower half of her face. Her eyes, a striking sea green, met his briefly as they passed. Unlike the others, her gaze held no hostility, only cool assessment. She radiated power, easily on par with Sailaporo and Zamari, maybe greater. Who was that? Deku asked after they'd passed. Tear Halibel, Zamari answered, surprising Deku with his willingness to provide information. Tercera Espada. Third strongest among us. And the women with her? Her fraction, Sailaporo explained. Loyal subordinates. Many of the stronger Espada have them. They continued deeper into Las Noches, finally arriving at a massive set of doors. 2 Arrancar stood guard, opening the doors at Sailaporo's approach. Lord Aizen, Sailaporo called, entering the spacious throne room. We have returned with the Arrancar as ordered. The throne room was vast and austere, with high ceilings and pillars of white stone. At the far end, a raised platform held a simple throne, upon which sat a man who appeared entirely human. He had brown hair swept back from his face, warm eyes, and a gentle smile that somehow failed to reach those eyes. He wore white robes with a black sash, and an aura of absolute control surrounded him. 2 other men flanked his throne, one dark-skinned and blind, with his hair in braids, the other slim and fox-faced, with a mocking smile. Excellent work, the seated man, Aizen, presumably, said. His voice was smooth and cultured. And I see you've brought him without too much damage. Though Dordoni seems worse for wear. Zamari deposited the still unconscious Arrancar on the floor. He underestimated the new Arrancar's abilities, Lord Aizen. Did he now? Aizen's gaze shifted to Deku, studying him with academic interest. Step forward, young Arrancar. Let me look at you properly. Deku hesitated, then walked forward until he stood at the base of the raised platform. Up close, Aizen's spiritual pressure was immense, far greater than anyone Deku had encountered so far. It pressed down on him like a physical weight. My name is Sosuke Aizen, the man said. And you are? Deku, he answered, meeting Aizen's gaze steadily despite the pressure. Deku, Aizen repeated. A curious name. Tell me, how did you achieve your Arrancar form without my assistance? It's quite remarkable. I don't know, Deku admitted. I defeated a powerful hollow, and the transformation just happened. Fascinating. Aizen leaned forward slightly. And that energy you wield, it's not like typical Arrancar abilities. Sailaporo reports it resembles a Zero, but different. Deku said nothing. He didn't trust Aizen, despite the man's pleasant demeanor. Something about him reminded Deku of All for One, the same sense of absolute confidence, of playing a game where only he knew all the rules. Not inclined to share. Aizen smiled. That's fine. We have time to become better acquainted. He stood, descending the steps until he stood directly before Deku. I have been gathering powerful Arrancar to my cause, he said. Creating them using the Hogyoku, a tool of my own design. You are the first I've encountered who achieved the transformation naturally since Nelliel and Halibel. The second name caught Deku's attention. The woman he'd seen in the hallway. What exactly is your cause? He asked. Aizen's smile widened slightly. Direct. I appreciate that. He began to walk in a slow circle around Deku. Simply put, I intend to overthrow the Soul King and remake the order of existence. The current system is flawed, souls suffer needlessly, power is hoarded by the few, and beings like yourself are treated as abominations to be destroyed rather than evolved forms of life. He stopped, facing Deku again. I offer you a place in this new world. Power. Purpose. Belonging. And if I refuse? The fox-faced man behind the throne chuckled, but Aizen's expression remained pleasant. Then you are free to return to the desert, he said. Though I would consider it a waste of remarkable potential. Deku didn't believe for a second that refusing would be so simple. But playing along still seemed the wisest course. What would you expect from me if I accepted? He asked. Loyalty, Aizen replied immediately. And service when called upon. In return, you would have a place here in Las Noches, training to develop your abilities, and eventually a rank among my Espada befitting your strength. I need time to consider, Deku said. Aizen nodded. Of course. Sailaporo will show you to quarters where you can rest and reflect. We'll speak again tomorrow. It was a dismissal. Deku bowed slightly, not out of respect, but strategic deference, and turned to follow Sailaporo from the throne room. As the doors closed behind them, he heard the fox-faced man speak. Interesting pet you found, Captain Aizen. But can you trust a self-made Arrancar? Deku didn't hear Aizen's response. Sailaporo led him through more corridors, finally stopping at a plain door. These will be your quarters for now. Basic but comfortable. I suggest you rest and consider Lord Aizen's generous offer. With that, he left Deku alone. The room was indeed basic, a bed, a small table and chair, a window looking out over the vast interior of Las Noches dome. Deku sat on the bed, Zanpakuto across his lap. What now? He murmured to himself. He needed information, about this place, about Aizen's true plans, about what it meant to be an Arrancar. If he was going to make any decisions about his future in this strange afterlife, he needed to understand it better. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He tensed, hand moving to his Zanpakuto's hilt. Enter. The door opened to reveal the blonde woman he'd seen earlier, Tir Halibel, Tercera Espada according to Zamari. May I come in? She asked, her voice calm and measured. Deku nodded, curious about this unexpected visitor. Halibel entered, closing the door behind her. Up close, her presence was even more impressive, controlled power wrapped in dignity and restraint. You're the new Arrancar, she said. The one who defeated Dordoni without releasing your Zanpakuto. News travels fast, Deku observed. Las Noches runs on gossip and power struggles, she replied matter-of-factly. A new Arrancar who formed naturally and possesses unusual abilities. You're the most interesting thing to happen here in months. She remained standing, arms crossed over her chest. I'm curious about your power. Mila Rose said it looked like green lightning. One of her fraction, Deku assumed. It's complicated. I don't fully understand it myself yet. But it's from your human life, she pressed. Like my water abilities. Deku hesitated, then nodded. Yes. I had a power called One for All. It seems to have followed me into this form. Interesting. Halibel studied him. You don't seem like the typical hollow. Most who become Arrancar, naturally or otherwise, retain their base instincts, hunger, aggression, dominance. You're different. I was a hero, Deku said simply. In life, I mean. I wanted to help people. Save them. A hero, Halibel repeated, and though her mask fragment hit her mouth, Deku sensed she was smiling. How unexpected. She moved to the window, looking out at the artificial sky. I protect my fraction. That's my purpose here. What will yours be, I wonder? I don't know yet, Deku admitted. This world, it's all new to me. I don't understand the rules or the players. Halibel turned back to him. Then allow me to give you your first lesson. Aizen is not to be trusted. Whatever he's promised you, whatever grand vision he's painted, he sees you as nothing more than a tool. I figured as much, Deku said. He reminds me of someone I fought in life. Someone who saw people as means to an end. Smart boy, Halibel said approvingly. But knowing Aizen is dangerous doesn't help you if you have nowhere else to go. Hueco Mundo is harsh, and stronger hollows will hunt you for your power if you return to the desert. Deku stood, moving to stand beside her at the window. Why are you telling me this? We just met. Halibel was quiet for a moment. Because you remind me of someone. Another Arrancar who formed naturally and retained her compassion. Nelliel Tuo Delschwank. She disappeared some time ago, defeated by a jealous rival and cast out of Las Noches. What happened to her? Deku asked. I don't know, Halibel admitted. But I miss having an ally who sees beyond the predator-prey dynamics of our kind. She turned to face him directly. I lead a faction within Las Noches. My faction are loyal to me first, Aizen second. If you wish to survive here, you would do well to align yourself with someone. I'm offering my protection and guidance. Deku studied her, trying to read her intentions. And what do you want in return? An ally, she said simply. Someone who might remember there's more to existence than power and dominance, even for hollows. It was a startling offer, and not what Deku had expected from any resident of Las Noches. But Halibel's directness and the principles she espoused resonated with him. I accept, he said, extending his hand. Though I don't know how much help I'll be until I understand this world better. Halibel looked at his outstretched hand with mild surprise, then took it. Her grip was strong, her skin unexpectedly warm. You're definitely not a typical Arrancar, she said, something like amusement in her tone. Most seal alliances with combat or displays of dominance, not handshakes. Deku smiled. I guess I'm still holding on to human customs. Hold on to whatever kept you sane through the transformation, Halibel advised, releasing his hand. Many lose themselves entirely in the process. She moved toward the door. Rest. Tomorrow, tell Aizen you accept his offer, but request to train under my guidance. He'll grant it, he's curious about you and will want to observe how you develop. And then? Deku asked. Halibel paused at the door. And then I teach you how to survive Las Noches without losing what makes you unique. We'll speak more tomorrow. After she left, Deku sat back on the bed, contemplating this unexpected turn of events. An ally already, and a powerful one at that. Perhaps there was hope for finding purpose in this strange afterlife after all. He drew his Zanpakuto, examining it in the artificial light. The blade seemed to pulse with energy, responding to his touch. One for all, he whispered. You're still with me, even here. The sword glowed faintly green in response. Somehow, the power All Might had passed to him had transcended death itself, becoming part of his very soul. Deku closed his eyes, focusing inward. If he was going to survive here, to find meaning in this new existence, he needed to understand his power fully. Time passed differently in Las Noches than it had in the desert. Without the eternal night sky visible, Deku had to rely on internal rhythms to guess at how long he'd meditated. Hours, at least, spent communing with his Zanpakuto, feeling the familiar yet transformed power of One for All. A knock interrupted his meditation. Different from Halibel's confident rap, this one hesitant, almost nervous. Come in, he called. The door opened to reveal a petite female Arrancar with short, dark hair and a mask fragment covering her right eye. She bowed slightly. Lord Aizen requests your presence at dinner, she said. I'm to escort you to the dining hall. Deku stood, sheathing his Zanpakuto. Thank you. Lead the way. She nodded, turning to lead him through Las Noches' labyrinthine corridors. Deku noted the routes, building a mental map. If he needed to escape quickly, it would help to know his way around. The dining hall was vast, like everything in Las Noches. A long table dominated the center, with Aizen seated at its head. Various Arrancar occupied other seats, including several Deku recognized as Espada based on their spiritual pressure. Halibel sat at Aizen's right, her three fractions standing behind her chair. She acknowledged Deku with a slight nod as he entered. Ah, our newest addition, Aizen said warmly. Join us, Deku. There's a seat beside Halibel. Deku approached, acutely aware of the stares from the other Arrancar. Some curious, some hostile, some calculating. As he took his seat, Aizen smiled. I trust your accommodations are satisfactory. Yes, thank you, Deku replied politely. Excellent. Aizen gestured to the others at the table. Allow me to introduce my Espada. You've met Sailaporo and Zamari already, as well as Tyr Halibel. He proceeded to introduce the others, Stark, a lazy-looking man who barely acknowledged the introduction, Baragan, an elderly Arrancar with an imperious bearing, Ulquiorra, pale and emotionless, Nnoitra, tall and skeleton-thin with a piano-key grin, Grimmjow, blue-haired and scowling, Arañero, wearing a cylindrical helmet that concealed his features, and Yami, massive and brutish. Together, they form the backbone of our forces, Aizen concluded. Each numbered according to their strength, with Stark as Primera and Yami as Decima. Food appeared, brought by servant-class Arrancar. Deku watched the others, following their lead. The meal itself was strange, not quite solid, not quite spiritual energy, but something in between. Have you considered my offer? Aizen asked after they'd eaten in silence for a while. All eyes turned to Deku. He set down his utensils, remembering Halibel's advice. I have, he said. I accept your hospitality and the opportunity to develop my abilities. Aizen smiled. Wonderful. I'm sure you'll prove a valuable addition to our ranks. If I may, Deku continued, I'd like to request training under Halibel's guidance. Her approach seems well suited to helping me understand my new form. Aizen's eyebrows rose slightly, but his smile remained. An interesting choice. Halibel is indeed one of our most disciplined and tactically minded Espada. He turned to Halibel. Would you be willing to take on this responsibility, Tercera? Halibel nodded. I would. His power is unusual. I'm curious to see how it develops. Then it's settled, Aizen said. Deku will train under Halibel's supervision. Nnoitra scoffed from further down the table. Waste of time. If he's as strong as they say, he should be tested properly. Let him fight a real Espada. In due course, Nnoitra, Aizen said mildly. For now, let's allow our new friend to acclimate to Las Noches. Nnoitra subsided, but the look he shot Deku promised future conflict. The rest of the meal passed in relative silence, broken occasionally by quiet conversations among the Espada. Deku observed, gathering information about the dynamics of Las Noches. Stark seemed disinterested in power struggles, while Baragan clearly resented Aizen's authority. Ulquiorra was utterly loyal to Aizen, as was Zamari. Nnoitra and Grimmjow were wildcards, aggressive and ambitious. Sailaporo viewed everything as a potential experiment, and Yami followed the strongest. As for Halibel, she maintained a dignified reserve, speaking little but observing much. Her fraction, introduced as Apache, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun, were entirely devoted to her. After dinner, Halibel rose. With your permission, Lord Aizen, I'll show Deku to the training grounds. We can begin assessing his abilities immediately. Aizen nodded his approval. By all means. I look forward to hearing your evaluation. Deku followed Halibel from the dining hall, trailed by her fraction. Once they were out of earshot of the others, Halibel spoke quietly. You did well. Aizen is intrigued by you, which buys us time. Time for what? Deku asked. To determine your true potential, she replied. And to decide our next move. They entered a massive open area within Las Noches, a training ground the size of several city blocks. Sand covered the floor, mimicking the desert outside. Here, Halibel said, we can speak and train without Aizen's direct observation. He monitors much of Las Noches, but this area has blind spots. Her fraction spread out, taking positions around the perimeter, standing guard, Deku realized. Now, Halibel said, drawing her Zanpakuto, show me what you're capable of. Don't hold back. Deku drew his own blade, the green energy of one for all beginning to crackle around him. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you. All three fraction laughed. Apache, the blue-haired one with heterochromatic eyes, called out, Lady Halibel is Tercera Espada. Don't get cocky, newbie. Halibel silenced them with a look, then turned back to Deku. Your concern is noted, but unnecessary. Attack me with your full power. Deku nodded, focusing his energy. Full cowling, 40%. The green lightning intensified around him. He vanished from sight, reappearing behind Halibel with his blade swinging down. She blocked without turning, the impact creating a shockwave that kicked up sand around them. Impressive speed, she noted, still facing away from him. Deku disengaged, leaping back. Thanks. It was my specialty in life too. Show me more, she commanded, finally turning to face him. Use your special attacks, the ones you used against Ordoni. Deku charged again, this time channeling energy into his blade. Delaware Smash. The crescent of green energy shot toward Halibel. She cut through it with her Zanpakuto, splitting the attack in two. The halves crashed into the walls behind her, leaving deep gouges in the stone. A ranged attack with considerable power, she observed. Useful. Next, Deku tried a combination, using his speed to create afterimages, attacking from multiple angles in rapid succession. Halibel blocked each strike, her movements economical and precise. After several minutes of this, she held up a hand. Enough. You're holding back your strongest techniques. Deku stopped, panting slightly. I don't know what my strongest techniques are in this form. I'm still figuring it out. Your Zanpakuto, Halibel said. Have you tried to release it? To achieve resurrection? No, Deku admitted. I don't know how. Halibel sheathed her blade. Then that's where we begin. Resurrection is the true power of an Arrancar, the release of our sealed hollow form. It's triggered by a command phrase unique to each Zanpakuto. She placed a hand on the hilt of her own sword. Mine is, Destroy, Tiburon. It transforms me into a form that harnesses my water-based abilities fully. How do I find my command phrase? Deku asked. Communion with your Zanpakuto, Halibel explained. Meditation. Focus. Your sword is part of your soul, it knows the words already. You just need to listen. Deku nodded, sitting cross-legged on the sand. He laid his Zanpakuto across his lap, placing his hands on the blade. Close your eyes, Halibel instructed. Focus inward. Find the core of your power. Deku complied, shutting out the external world. He focused on the feel of the sword beneath his palms, the energy that flowed through it, through him. One for all. The power passed down through generations, entrusted to him by All Might. The crystallization of heroic will and sacrifice. Now transformed, but still recognizable. He delved deeper, past conscious thought, into the heart of his power. Images flashed through his mind, his battles in life, his training, the moments when One for All had responded to his deepest needs. And there, at the center of it all, he found words. Words that resonated with the essence of what One for All had always been to him. His eyes snapped open. Green energy swirled around him, lifting him to his feet. I found it, he said, his voice resonating with power. Halibel stepped back, giving him space. Her fraction tensed, sensing the surge in his spiritual pressure. Deku held his Zanpakuto before him, both hands on the hilt. The blade glowed brilliantly green. Inherit, he called, the command word feeling right in his mouth, One for All. Power exploded around him. His body transformed, the white Arrancar uniform shredding as new armor formed over his skin. His mask fragment expanded, covering his face entirely in a form reminiscent of his old hero mask, but with jagged teeth and glowing eyes. His body grew more muscular, lightning-like veins of green energy visible beneath his skin. 6 spectral arms of pure energy extended from his back, each capable of independent movement. When the transformation completed, Deku stood in his resurrection form, power radiating from him in waves that made the sand dance around his feet. Halibel's eyes widened slightly, the first sign of true surprise he'd seen from her. Her fraction stared openly, their stances shifting from guard to combat readiness. "Stand down," Halibel ordered them. To Deku, she said, "Your spiritual pressure, it's equivalent to an Espada. Perhaps even high-ranking." Deku looked down at himself, flexing his transformed body. The spectral arms moved as he willed them, extensions of his consciousness. "I feel connected to something," he said, his voice deeper, reverberating through his mask. "Like I can sense the previous users of One for All." "Previous users?" Halibel questioned. "One for All was passed down," Deku explained. "From user to user. Each adding to its strength. In life, I could sometimes sense their presence, their guidance." He closed his eyes, feeling the familiar presences within his power. They were different now, not quite the vestiges he'd known, but something more primal, more integrated with his hollow nature. "They're still with me," he murmured. "Part of my power, part of what I am." Halibel approached cautiously, studying his transformation. "This is unexpected. Most resurrection forms reflect the hollow's original nature. Yours seems to incorporate elements of your human power structure." One of the spectral arms reached out, lifting a boulder from the training ground floor as if it weighed nothing. Another traced patterns of energy in the air, leaving glowing trails. "The control is incredible," Halibel noted. "Most newly released Arrancar struggle to contain their power, let alone direct it with such precision." Deku focused, and the green lightning intensified around him. 100%, he said, and the power surged higher. The pressure became so intense that Halibel's fraction dropped to their knees. Even Halibel herself took a step back, raising an arm to shield her face from the whipping sands. "Enough," she called. "Return to your sealed form before you alert the entire fortress to your power level." Deku nodded, focusing on containing the energy. The transformation reversed, the spectral arms fading, his mask receding to its fragment state. When it finished, he stood in his human-like Arrancar form again, the white uniform regenerating around him. He staggered slightly, caught off guard by the sudden power decrease. Halibel steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. "Impressive," she said quietly. "Truly impressive." Her fraction approached cautiously. Apache spoke first, her tone accusatory. "What the hell was that? No newbie Arrancar should have that kind of power." "Apache," Halibel warned. "No, it's a fair question," Deku said. "I don't fully understand it myself. In life, One for All was a power that grew stronger with each user. It seems that process has continued even in death. Whatever it is," Mila Rose said, "Lord Aizen will be very interested." "That kind of power." She trailed off, looking troubled. "Which is why we won't be reporting the full extent of his abilities," Halibel said firmly. "Not yet." Her fraction looked startled, but none contradicted her. "Lady Halibel," Sung Sun ventured, "is that wise?" "If Lord Aizen discovers you've withheld information, he won't," Halibel interrupted. "Because none of you will speak of this to anyone. What happens in our training sessions remains private." They nodded, though they still looked uncertain. Halibel turned back to Deku. "You need to learn to suppress your spiritual pressure more effectively. If Aizen realizes your true potential too soon, he'll either accelerate his plans for you or see you as a threat." "Neither sounds good," Deku agreed. "Can you teach me how to control it better?" "Yes," Halibel said. "But it will take time. For now, avoid releasing your Zanpakuto in the presence of others, especially the higher-ranked Espada." Deku nodded. "What about the other Arrancar abilities?" Sailaporo mentioned something called Siro. "Basic Arrancar techniques," Halibel confirmed. Siro is an energy blast, Sonido is high-speed movement, Hierro is skin hardening for defense, Pesquisa is spiritual awareness. "We'll cover them all in your training. Though you hardly need Sonido with that speed technique of yours," Apache muttered. Different applications, Halibel corrected. Full cowling, as you call it, seems to enhance your entire body. Sonido is specifically for movement. Both have their uses. She looked at the damage their brief sparring session had caused to the training ground. That's enough for today. You've learned your Resurrection, which is significant progress. Tomorrow we'll work on control and suppression. As they left the training ground, Deku felt a curious mixture of excitement and apprehension. His power had followed him into death, evolved with him. The possibilities were staggering, but so were the potential complications. Aizen clearly had plans for the Arrancar under his command. Plans that, based on Halibel's caution, probably didn't align with the heroic ideals Deku still clung to. Back in his quarters, Deku sat on the edge of his bed, Zanpakuto across his lap. The rush of the Resurrection release still echoed through him, a heady sensation of power and connection. One for all, he murmured, tracing the edge of the blade with his fingertips. You're still with me, even here. Still growing. He closed his eyes, focusing inward, seeking the familiar presences of the past users. They were there, but changed, wilder, more primal, infused with hollow energy. Still, he sensed their guidance, their accumulated wisdom. A quiet knock at his door roused him from his meditation. Enter, he called, setting his Zanpakuto aside. The door opened to reveal Halibel, alone this time. She closed it behind her, moving to stand by the window. I've reported to Aizen, she said without preamble. I told him you showed promise but need significant training to harness your abilities fully. He seemed satisfied with that assessment. Thank you, Deku said sincerely. For not revealing everything. Halibel nodded. There's something unusual about you, beyond your power. Most hollows, even Arrancar, retain little of their human personalities. The transformation process strips away much of what we were, leaving primarily our base nature and strongest drives. She turned to face him directly. Yet you seem to have maintained not just memories, but your core identity. Your moral compass. It's rare, but not unheard of. Like you. Deku ventured. And the Arrancar you mentioned, Nelliel. Yes, Halibel confirmed. Though even among us, you're unique. Your power grows unusually quickly, and your Resurrection. She shook her head. I've never seen anything quite like it. Is that good or bad? Deku asked. Both, Halibel said bluntly. It makes you valuable, which provides protection. But it also makes you a target, for Aizen's schemes, for the jealousy of other Espada, for anyone seeking power. She moved closer, her voice lowering. There's something you should know. Aizen isn't just building an army for abstract conquest. He plans to create the Oken, a key to the realm of the Soul King. To do so, he needs to sacrifice a spiritually enriched area with a high concentration of souls. Deku frowned. What area? Karakura town, Halibel said. A city in the world of the living. Home to over 100,000 humans. Horror washed over Deku. He's planning to sacrifice an entire city. All those people. Halibel nodded grimly. That's who we're serving, Deku. A man willing to commit mass murder to further his ambitions. We have to stop him, Deku said immediately, rising to his feet. We can't let him kill all those people. It's not that simple, Halibel cautioned. Aizen is immensely powerful, beyond any of the Espada. And he has allies, both here and in Soul Society. Soul Society? The realm of the Shinigami, Soul Reapers, Halibel explained. There are natural enemies, but Aizen was one of them once. A captain. He betrayed them to pursue his ambitions, bringing 2 other captains with him. Deku processed this information, his tactical mind already working. So we're caught between Aizen and the Soul Reapers. Neither side would accept Arrancar allies. The Soul Reapers would sooner destroy us than work with us, Halibel confirmed. With very few exceptions, they see all hollows as abominations to be purified. Then we need a third option, Deku said firmly. A way to stop Aizen without allying with Soul Society. Halibel studied him, something like respect in her eyes. You really were a hero, weren't you? Even now, your first instinct is to save others. It's who I am, Deku said simply. Even if I'm a hollow now, that hasn't changed. No, Halibel agreed softly. It hasn't. She turned back to the window, looking out at the artificial sky. There may be a way. Not to stop Aizen directly, we lack the strength for that. But to undermine his plans, to save some of those he would sacrifice. I'm listening, Deku said. First, we need more allies, Halibel said. My fraction are loyal, but we need Arrancar with more power. Specifically, we need to find Nelliel. You mentioned she disappeared. Do you know where to look? Halibel shook her head. Somewhere in Hueco Mundo. After Nnoitra defeated her, she vanished. But there have been rumors, sightings of a childlike Arrancar with a cracked mask wandering the desert with 2 hollows. A child? Deku asked, confused. Her power was sealed when her mask was damaged, Halibel explained. It may have altered her form as well. Deku nodded, processing. So we find Nelliel, restore her if possible, and then what? We bide our time, Halibel said. We train, grow stronger, gather information. When Aizen makes his move against Karakura town, we make ours. It wasn't the immediate action Deku's instincts demanded, but he recognized the wisdom in her approach. They couldn't oppose Aizen directly, not yet. Building strength and finding allies had to come first. All right, he agreed. When do we start looking for Nelliel? Soon, Halibel said. But first, you need to establish yourself here. Train openly with me, show improvement but not mastery. Make Aizen believe you're developing as he expects. She moved toward the door. Rest now. Tomorrow, we continue your official training. And we begin planning our search for Nelliel. After she left, Deku returned to his meditation, but with a new focus. Not just understanding his power, but how to use it in service of others, even as a hollow. He'd lost his life, but not his purpose. If anything, the stakes were higher now. An entire city of innocent people threatened by Aizen's ambition. Even in death, he whispered to himself, a hero saves people. That's what being a hero means. The spectral echo of one for all pulsed in response, as if the past users, now part of his hollow power, approved. Days passed, falling into a routine. Deku trained with Halibel and her fraction, carefully showing progress but holding back his true capabilities. He learned the basic Arrancar techniques, mastering Sonido quickly due to its similarity to his speed techniques, developing a powerful Zero that channeled through his Zanpakuto rather than his finger like most Arrancar. He also began exploring Las Noches, mapping its layout and observing its residents. The hierarchy became clearer, Aizen at the top, supported by his Shinigami allies Jin Ikamaru and Kaname Tozen. Below them, the Espada, numbered from 1 to 10, each with their own territories and subordinates. Political currents ran beneath the surface. Barragan resented Aizen's rule, having once been king of Hueco Mundo himself. Stark seemed disinterested in power struggles, caring only for companionship to ease his loneliness. Ulquiorra served Aizen with absolute devotion, while Grimmjow chafed under his authority. And throughout Las Noches, whispers about the strange new Arrancar, the one who trained under Halibel, who fought differently, who seemed to retain so much of his human nature. 2 weeks after his arrival, Deku was summoned to Aizen's throne room. He found not only Aizen waiting, but several of the Espada as well, including Halibel. Deku, Aizen greeted warmly. I've been hearing promising reports of your progress from Halibel. Thank you, Lord Aizen, Deku replied, bowing slightly. Her guidance has been invaluable. Indeed. Aizen gestured to the Espada present. Some of my Arrancar have expressed interest in testing your abilities themselves. Particularly Nnoitra and Grimmjow. The two named Espada grinned predatorily. Nnoitra, tall and lanky with a spoon-like hood extending from his mask fragment, rested a massive crescent-bladed weapon on his shoulder. Grimmjow, blue-haired and feral-looking, flexed his hands as if imagining them around Deku's throat. I'd be honored, Deku said carefully, though I don't presume to be at their level yet. Modest, Nnoitra sneered. Or just scared. Deku met his gaze evenly. Cautious. There's a difference. Perhaps a demonstration rather than a full battle, Aizen suggested. Ulquiorra, would you oblige us? The pale, melancholic Quarta Espada stepped forward, hands in his pockets. If you wish, Lord Aizen. Deku glanced at Halibel, who gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Show something, but not everything, her eyes seemed to say. The central courtyard should provide adequate space, Aizen said, rising from his throne. Shall we? They proceeded to a large open area within Las Noches, different from the training ground where Deku had first released his Resurrection. This one was more formal, clearly designed for observed combat. Deku and Ulquiorra took positions at opposite ends of the courtyard. The other Espada and Aizen's lieutenants gathered to watch. Begin whenever you're ready, Aizen called, seated in a chair that had been brought for him. Ulquiorra drew his Zanpakuto in one smooth motion. I've heard you possess unusual abilities, he said tonelessly. Show me. Deku drew his own blade, channeling a moderate amount of energy through it, enough to impress, not enough to reveal his full strength. Full cowling, 20%, he said, green lightning crackling around him. Ulquiorra's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Neither moved for a long moment, each assessing the other. Then Deku charged, using Sonido to close the distance rapidly. Their blades met with a clash that sent sparks flying. What followed was a carefully orchestrated dance. Deku showed enough skill to be impressive, enough power to be respected, but held back his true capabilities. Ulquiorra, for his part, seemed to be doing the same, fighting efficiently but without using his full strength. After several minutes of exchange, Deku leaped back, charging energy into his blade. Delaware Smash, he called, sending a crescent of green energy toward Ulquiorra. The Espada cut through it with his Zanpakuto, but his eyes widened slightly at the force behind the attack. Enough, Aizen called. I've seen what I needed to see. Both combatants lowered their weapons. Deku bowed respectfully to Ulquiorra, who gave a slight nod in return. Most impressive, Aizen said as they rejoined the group. You've progressed rapidly, Deku. Halibel has taught you well. Thank you, Lord Aizen, Deku replied. I believe you're ready for a more challenging assignment, Aizen continued. There have been reports of unusual hollow activity in the outer reaches of Hueco Mundo. I'd like you to investigate, accompanied by Halibel and her fraction. Deku exchanged a glance with Halibel. Was this coincidence, or had Aizen somehow learned of their interest in finding Nelliel? Of course, Deku said. When do we leave? Tomorrow, Aizen replied. Halibel will brief you on the details. The rest of you are dismissed. As the group dispersed, Grimmjow approached Deku, a predatory grin on his face. You held back against Ulquiorra, he said, not a question but an accusation. So did he. I want to see what you can really do. Another time, perhaps, Deku replied neutrally. Grimmjow's grin widened. Count on it. He walked away, leaving Deku with the distinct impression that he'd made both a potential rival and a potential ally in the Sexta Espada. Halibel approached next. Come, she said. We need to prepare for tomorrow's mission. Once they were alone in her quarters, with her fraction standing guard outside, Halibel spoke frankly. This is either extremely fortunate or extremely suspicious, she said. Aizen sending us to the exact region where Nelliel was last rumored to be seen. You think he knows what we're planning? Deku asked. It's possible, Halibel admitted. Aizen has eyes and ears throughout Las Noches. Or it could simply be that the unusual hollow activity he mentioned is actually Nelliel herself. Either way, it gives us a legitimate reason to search for her, Deku noted. Yes, Halibel agreed. But we must be cautious. If Aizen suspects our true intentions, this could be a test of loyalty. Deku nodded. So we complete the mission as assigned, but keep watch for signs of Nelliel as well. Exactly. Halibel moved to a small table, unrolling a map of Hueco Mundo. These are the coordinates Aizen provided. The area is known as the Forest of Minos, a region where crystallized trees grow so densely that they form an underground forest. It's inhabited primarily by Gillians, but stronger hollows sometimes hunt there. And you think Nelliel might be there because it provides shelter and abundant prey, Halibel explained. If she's in a weakened state, it would be an ideal place to recover. Deku studied the map. How will we recognize her if her appearance has changed? Her spiritual pressure will be distinctive, even if diminished, Halibel said. And her mask fragment, a ram's skull, should still be identifiable, though cracked. She rolled up the map. Rest well tonight. We leave at dawn. Morning came, or what passed for morning under Las Noches' artificial sky. Deku met Halibel and her fraction at the fortress's eastern gate, where they would begin their journey into the deeper reaches of Hueco Mundo. Apache, Mila rose, and Sung Sun regarded him with a mixture of wariness and grudging respect. After witnessing his resurrection, they'd become more accepting of his presence in their group, though Apache still made a point of challenging him regularly. Everyone ready? Halibel asked, adjusting the massive Zanpakuto on her back. At their nods, she led them out into the endless desert. They moved quickly, using Sonido to cover ground rapidly, leaving trails of displaced sand in their wake. Hours passed as they traveled deeper into Hueco Mundo. The landscape remained monotonously similar: white sand, quartz trees, eternal night sky. Occasionally they sensed other hollows nearby, but none approached a group led by an Espada. Finally, they reached a massive crack in the desert floor, a gaping fissure that plunged deep below the surface. The Forest of Minos, Halibel announced. We descend here. They jumped into the darkness, falling for what seemed like minutes before landing on solid ground. Around them stretched a bizarre landscape, massive crystalline trees, reaching hundreds of feet upward, forming a dense canopy that blocked the already dim light of Hueco Mundo's sky. Stay alert, Halibel warned. Gillians roam freely here. As if summoned by her words, a low moan echoed through the forest. Deku tensed, hand moving to his Zanpakuto. Gillian class Minos Grande, Halibel explained, seeing his reaction. The first evolution of a hollow that has consumed many others. Powerful in numbers, but mindless individually. From between the crystal trees, a massive figure emerged, easily 100 feet tall, draped in a black cloak, with a long, pointed white mask. It moved awkwardly, swaying as it walked. Should we engage? Deku asked. No need, Halibel replied. It's no threat to us unless it's part of a larger group. The Gillians shambled past, apparently not registering their presence. What exactly are we looking for? Mila Rose asked. Aizen wasn't specific about the unusual activity. Any hollow behavior that deviates from the norm, Halibel said. Organized groups, unusual spiritual signatures, signs of intelligence beyond what's typical for the Minos classes. They moved deeper into the forest, spreading out slightly to cover more ground while remaining within sight of each other. Deku found himself paired with Apache, who kept casting suspicious glances his way. Something on your mind? He asked finally. She scowled. I still don't get why Lady Halibel trusts you so much. You just showed up out of nowhere, and suddenly you're her favorite project. I don't think favorite is the right word, Deku said mildly. We found common ground, that's all. Yeah. What ground is that? Apache demanded. Deku considered his response carefully. We both believe in protecting those under our care. And we both have questions about Aizen's methods. Apache's eyes widened. Keep your voice down, she hissed. Even out here, you shouldn't say things like that aloud. Sorry, Deku said, genuinely contrite. I'm still learning the politics of Las Noches. Apache snorted. Politics. More like who gets eaten and who does the eating. She studied him for a moment. You really don't think like a normal hollow, do you? No, Deku admitted. I don't think I ever will. Before Apache could respond, a distant sound caught their attention, not the moan of a Jillian, but something smaller, higher pitched. Almost like laughter. Did you hear that? Deku asked. Apache nodded, suddenly serious. Let's check it out. They signaled to Halibel and the others, then moved toward the source of the sound, using the crystal trees for cover. The sound came again, definitely laughter, childish and carefree. Utterly incongruous in the somber forest of Minos. They peered around a tree trunk and saw a bizarre scene. A small, childlike figure with short green hair and a cracked mask fragment resembling a cartoon skull was riding atop what appeared to be a worm-like hollow with a tiki mask. Beside them lumbered a larger hollow with a tiki-like mask and a massive body. It's her, Apache whispered. Nelliel. Or what's left of her. Deku stared in disbelief. That child is an Espada. Former Espada, Apache corrected. Nnoitra ambushed her, cracked her mask. Apparently it did more damage than anyone realized. Halibel and the others joined them, observing the scene from concealment. Nell, Halibel murmured. What happened to you? The childlike Arrancar suddenly stopped playing, her head tilting as if listening. Pesh, Dondo Chaka, she said, her voice high and lisping, Nell feelth Tomi thing. The two larger hollows immediately moved to flank her protectively. What is it, Nell-sama? The worm-like one asked. Thomionth watching us, the child said, pointing directly at their hiding place. Over there. No point in hiding now, Halibel said, stepping into the open. She sensed us. The two larger hollows moved in front of the child, taking defensive stances. Espada, the larger one exclaimed. Run, Nell-sama. But the child was staring at Halibel, her large hazel eyes wide with something like recognition. Nell knowth you, she said slowly. Yellow hair. Nell remembers. Yes, Nell, Halibel said, her voice gentler than Deku had ever heard it. It's me, Halibel. We were friends once. Friend? Nell repeated, confused. Then her face brightened. Nell liketh friend. She darted past her protectors, moving with surprising speed for her small size, and stopped in front of Halibel, looking up at her with innocent curiosity. Why are you here? She asked. Did you come to play with Nell? Halibel knelt down to the child's level. Not exactly. We came looking for you, Nell. For Nell. The child's eyes widened. Why? Because we need your help, Halibel said honestly. And because I think we might be able to help you too. The two hollows had approached cautiously. The worm-like one spoke, Lady Halibel, is it really you? I'm Pesh Quatish, and this is Dondo Chaka Burston. We were Lady Nelliel's fraction. I remember, Halibel said, standing. What happened to her? How did she become this? Nnoitra's attack damaged her mask severely, Pesh explained. It caused her spiritual power to leak out, regressing her body and mind to a childlike state. Her memories are fragmented, mostly gone. Can she transform back? Deku asked. All eyes turned to him. Nell studied him curiously. Who are you? Nell doth remember you. I'm Deku, he introduced himself, kneeling as Halibel had done. I'm new to Hueco Mundo. Deku, Nell repeated, testing the name. Nell liketh that name. Will you play eternal tag with Nell? Despite the seriousness of the situation, Deku found himself smiling. There was something disarming about Nell's innocent enthusiasm. Maybe later, he promised. Right now, we need to talk to your friends here. Is that okay? Nell nodded. Okay. Nell will wait. She plopped down in the sand, drawing patterns with her finger. Halibel, Deku, and the two Fraction moved a short distance away to speak privately. To answer your question, Pesh said, yes, theoretically she could return to her true form. But it would require a massive influx of spiritual energy to jumpstart the transformation. And even then, it might not be permanent. We've been protecting her out here, Dondochaka added. Keeping her safe from other hollows who might take advantage of her weakened state. That explains the unusual hollow activity Aizen sent us to investigate, Halibel mused. The presence of an Arrancar child and two high-level hollows behaving as protectors rather than predators. What do we do now? Apache asked. We can't just leave her like this, can we? No, Halibel said decisively. We take them with us. All three of them. Back to Las Noches. Sun questioned. Is that wise? Nnoitra is still there. He hates Nelliel. Not to Las Noches, Halibel clarified. At least not immediately. We'll establish a base elsewhere in Hueco Mundo. A safe place where we can try to restore Nell to her true form. And how do we explain this to Aizen? Mila Rose asked pragmatically. We tell him partial truths, Halibel replied. That the unusual activity was indeed former Espada Nelliel in a regressed state. That we've located her and are assessing the situation. That will buy us time. She turned to Pesh and Dondochaka. Will you trust us? I give you my word that I mean Nell no harm. She was my ally once, and I hope she will be again. The two hollows conferred quietly, then Pesh spoke, we will trust you, Lady Halibel. We've been surviving, but Nell deserves better than eternal hiding. What about me? Deku asked. How do I fit into this plan? Halibel looked at him, something like pride in her eyes. You, Deku, are going to help me give Nell that spiritual energy influx she needs. Between your power and mine, we might be able to restore her. As they rejoined Nell, who was now chasing a small desert lizard through the crystalline forest, Deku felt a renewed sense of purpose. Finding Nelliel, restoring her power, forming an alliance strong enough to challenge Aizen's plans, it all aligned with his heroic instincts. Even as a hollow, he could save people. Could be a hero. Nell looked up as they approached, her wide eyes innocent yet somehow ancient. Are we going Tomiware? Yes, Nell, Halibel said gently. We're going to a safe place. And then, if you're willing, we're going to try to help you remember who you really are. Who Nell really is, the child repeated, her small brow furrowing in confusion. Then she brightened. Okay. Nell liketh adventures. She scrambled up onto Dondochaka's back, settling comfortably on his shoulder. Let th go on an adventure. As their strange group made its way out of the forest of Minos and back toward the surface of Hueco Mundo, Deku felt the first stirrings of hope since his awakening in this strange afterlife. A plan was forming. Allies were gathering. And somewhere in the depths of his hollow heart, the hero he'd been in life burned brighter than ever. Chapter 2, The Broken Mask. 3 days after their discovery in the forest of Minos, Deku stood at the entrance of a cave system tucked into a remote rock formation far from Las Noches. Halibel had chosen this location carefully, hidden from casual observation, yet close enough to a Garganta access point that they could return to the fortress quickly if needed. The sun never rose in Hueco Mundo, but Deku had developed a sense for the passage of time regardless. He'd been on watch for hours, scanning the endless desert while the others rested inside. See anything interesting? Deku turned to find Apache approaching, her heterochromatic eyes narrowed against the perpetual moonlight. Just sand, Deku replied. And more sand. Thrilling. Apache leaned against the rock wall beside him. Lady Halibel wants you. She and the freaks are ready to try again with the kid. By freaks, Deku knew she meant Pesh and Dondochaka, Nell's loyal companions. Despite 3 days in their company, Apache hadn't warmed to them. Thanks. Deku pushed off from the wall, then paused. You don't have to call them that, you know. Apache rolled her eyes. What, freaks? Have you seen them? One's a bugworm hybrid and the other looks like a tiki mask-aid a sumo wrestler. They're loyal, Deku pointed out. They've protected Nell for years. That counts for something. Whatever. Apache kicked at the sand. Just hurry up. I'm not missing another attempt. Last time the energy discharge blew half the cave apart. Deku nodded, remembering their first attempt to restore Nell's power 2 days earlier. They'd tried channeling their spiritual pressure into her, hoping to jumpstart her transformation. The result had been explosive, and unsuccessful. Inside the cave, he found Halibel, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun arranged in a circle around Nell, who sat cross-legged on the sandy floor, looking both excited and nervous. Pesh and Dondochaka hovered nearby, wringing their hands anxiously. Nell's ready for another try, the child Arrancar announced when she saw Deku. In the short time they'd known each other, she'd become oddly attached to him, following him around the cave system and bombarding him with questions about the world of the living. Good, Deku said, smiling. I think we're getting closer. Your optimism is charming, Sung Sun remarked, hiding her mouth behind her sleeve as usual. If not particularly well-founded. It's not just optimism, Deku insisted. Each attempt has produced a stronger reaction. Her spiritual pressure spikes higher each time before collapsing. Halibel nodded. He's right. We're making progress, just not as quickly as we'd like. She turned to Deku. This time, we're going to try something different. Instead of all of us channeling our energy simultaneously, you and I will synchronize our spiritual pressure and feed it to Nell in a continuous stream. Like what I did when I used to transfer one for all energy to objects, Deku mused. Exactly, Halibel confirmed. Your control is exceptional for an Arrancar so young. I think our combined technique might be more effective than raw power. Nell bounced excitedly. Nell's gonna get super strong. Maybe, Halibel cautioned. Or maybe just a little stronger. We don't know yet. They positioned themselves on either side of Nell, Deku to her right, Halibel to her left. The others backed up to the cave walls, giving them space. Remember, Halibel instructed, gradual and controlled. Feel the rhythm of my spiritual pressure and match it. We're not competing, we're harmonizing. Deku nodded, placing his hand gently on Nell's shoulder. Halibel did the same on the opposite side. The child Arrancar fidgeted slightly, then settled, her eyes wide with anticipation. Ready, Nell? Deku asked. Ready, Deku, she replied cheerfully. Deku closed his eyes, focusing on his inner well of power. The green energy of One for All responded immediately, flowing through him and into his hand. He could sense Halibel doing the same, her yellow-tinged spiritual pressure swirling around her like water. Now, Halibel said quietly, find the rhythm. Deku concentrated, feeling the pulse of Halibel's energy, steady, controlled, flowing in waves. He adjusted his own output, syncing to her cadence until their spiritual pressures pulsed in unison. Nell gasped as the energy began flowing into her. The crack in her mask fragment glowed with a soft light, green and yellow intermingling. It tingles, she exclaimed. Nell feels funny. Stay still, Halibel instructed gently. Let it flow through you. Minutes passed, the energy transfer continuing steadily. Sweat beaded on Deku's forehead as he maintained the precise control necessary. This wasn't like the raw power bursts they'd tried before, this was delicate, technical, requiring absolute focus. Nell's spiritual pressure began to change, growing denser, more complex. The childlike simplicity of her energy signature developed undertones of something more mature, more powerful. "It's working," Sung Sun observed from the sidelines. "Her spiritual pressure is stabilizing." "Nell feels strange," the child said, her voice suddenly deeper, more adult. Her body shimmered, briefly growing taller before shrinking back to child size. "Nell remembers things." "What things?" Deku asked, maintaining the energy flow. "What do you remember, Nell?" "Fighting," she said, her childish lisp momentarily gone. "Las Noches. Aizen. Nnoitra." Her face clouded. "He hurt Nell. Broke Nell's mask." "Yes," Halibel confirmed. "That's right. You're remembering who you were." "Who Nell is," the child corrected, and for a moment, her eyes held an adult's awareness. Not just was. Is. The glow around her intensified. Her body fluctuated again, growing, shrinking, the transformation unstable. "More," she gasped. "Nell needs more." Deku looked at Halibel, who nodded. Together, they increased the flow of energy, pushing harder while maintaining the synchronized rhythm. The cave filled with light as Nell's spiritual pressure skyrocketed. Her body glowed, obscuring her form entirely. Wind whipped through the cave, forcing the observers to shield their faces. "Nell-sama!" Pesh cried, taking a step forward before Mila Rose held him back. "Wait," the lioness Arrancar cautioned. "It's happening." The light suddenly contracted, then exploded outward in a shockwave that shook the entire cave system. Deku and Halibel were thrown backward, slamming into the walls on opposite sides. As the dust settled and the glow faded, a new figure stood where Nell had been sitting. Gone was the child with the oversized shirt. In her place stood a tall, statuesque woman with flowing green hair. Her mask fragment had changed, still cracked, but now resembling a ram's skull with curved horns. A scar ran across her face, bisecting the crimson line that extended horizontally across her cheeks and the bridge of her nose. Her outfit had transformed into a form-fitting green and white Arrancar uniform that accentuated her athletic build. "Nell!" Dondochaka gasped. The woman turned, her hazel eyes now filled with mature intelligence and awareness. "Yes, it's me. I'm whole again. Mostly." Her voice was rich and melodious, a far cry from the childish tones of moments before. She touched her mask fragment gingerly. "The crack remains. My power is not fully restored yet." Pesh and Dondochaka rushed forward, embracing her tearfully. "Lady Nelliel. You're back." She smiled, hugging them in return. "Thanks to you both for protecting me all this time. And thanks to," she looked around, spotting Deku and Halibel picking themselves up from where they'd been thrown. "To you." Halibel approached, a rare smile visible in her eyes above her high collar. "Nelliel tuo delschwank. It's been too long." "Dear Halibel," Nelliel replied, embracing the blonde Arrancar. "Still the voice of reason in Las Noches, I see." "When possible," Halibel said dryly. "Though reason is in short supply these days." Nelliel turned to Deku, studying him with curiosity. "And you? I don't know you, yet I feel I do. You were kind to Nell, to my child self." Deku stepped forward, a little intimidated by the transformation but offering his hand nonetheless. "I'm Deku. I'm new to Hueco Mundo." Nelliel took his hand, but instead of shaking it, she pulled him into a hug that lifted him off his feet. "Thank you, Deku. Nell remembers your kindness." She set him down, her expression becoming more serious. "And I remember your energy. You're different from other Arrancar. Your power feels heroic." The observation startled Deku. "I was a hero," he admitted. In life. I thought as much, Nelliel said, nodding. Only someone who protected others would have shown such patience with a child hollow. Apache cleared her throat loudly. Great reunion and all, but shouldn't we be figuring out what to do now? Aizen's expecting a report soon. She's right, Halibel acknowledged. We've been away from Las Noches for 3 days. Any longer will raise suspicion. Aizen, Nelliel murmured, her expression darkening. Yes, we should discuss him. And Nnoitra. And everything that's happened since I was diminished. They gathered deeper in the cave, where Mila Rose had prepared a makeshift meeting area with cushions arranged in a circle around a small fire of condensed spiritual energy, not for warmth, which hollows rarely needed, but for light. As they settled, Deku couldn't help but observe the changes in Nelliel beyond the physical. Child Nell had been carefree, simple, driven by immediate emotions. Adult Nelliel was composed, thoughtful, her eyes constantly analyzing, assessing. Yet he caught glimpses of the child still, in the way she occasionally fidgeted, in her unguarded smile when Pesh said something absurd. Tell me everything, Nelliel requested once they were all seated. How long have I been in that childlike state? What has happened in Las Noches? Nearly 2 years, Halibel replied. Nnoitra attacked you from behind, cracked your mask. When you disappeared, he claimed you had fled in fear. Few believed him, but without evidence. Aizen did nothing, Nelliel finished, unsurprised. Of course. I was a tool that broke, easily replaced. He promoted Nnoitra to Quinta Espada in your absence, Halibel continued. The rankings shifted. I became Tercera, the position you once held. Nelliel nodded. You deserve it. You always were my equal in power. Aizen has been gathering more Arrancar, Halibel went on. Building his army. The Hogyoku has been awakened fully, allowing him to create Arrancar at will. And his plans for the Okan? Nelliel asked. Advancing, Halibel confirmed grimly. He intends to sacrifice Karakura town. The preparations are nearly complete. Nelliel's expression hardened. So many innocent lives, for what? A chance to overthrow the Soul King. It's madness. It's worse than that, Deku interjected. From what Halibel has told me, there's no guarantee his plan will even work. He's gambling with over 100,000 souls on a theory. That's Aizen, Nelliel said bitterly. Always the scientist, always the gambler, with others lives as his chips. She turned to Deku. And you? How does a hero become a hollow, then an Arrancar, then an ally to 2 Espada plotting against their master? I died fighting a villain, Deku explained simply. When I awakened as a hollow, I fought against the hunger, trying to hold on to who I was. Somehow, I managed to evolve into an Arrancar on my own. Aizen's scouts found me and brought me to Las Noches. Halibel recognized something in me, maybe the same thing you see. And now you're part of our conspiracy, Nelliel concluded. Brave, for one so new to our world. Or foolish, Sun murmured. There's often little difference between the two, Nelliel replied with a small smile. So, what is our plan now? I assume we have one beyond restoring me. Halibel nodded. Deku and I returned to Las Noches with a partial report, that we found evidence of your presence but are still tracking you. That buys us time. Meanwhile, you continue recovering your strength here, protected by your fraction and mine. And then? Nelliel pressed. And then we find a way to undermine Aizen's plans, Deku said firmly. To save the people of Karakura town. Nelliel studied him, her hazel eyes thoughtful. You really are a hero, aren't you? Even as a hollow, your instinct is to save others. It's who I am, Deku said simply. It's who we all should be, Nelliel countered. Even as hollows, we have choices. I've always believed that. She turned back to Halibel. Your plan is sound for now. But eventually, we'll need to confront Aizen directly. For that, we'll need more allies. More power. We're working on both, Halibel assured her. Deku's power is growing rapidly. And there are others in Las Noches who might join us if approached carefully. Grimjow, Nelliel suggested. He chafes under Aizen's control. And Stark, he follows Aizen out of loneliness more than loyalty. Exactly, Halibel agreed. But first, we need to secure your position. Once you're fully recovered, you'll need to reclaim your place in Las Noches. Which means confronting Nnoitra, Nelliel said, her voice hardening. Something I've looked forward to for a long time. You remember him now? Deku asked. Everything that happened? Nelliel nodded, her expression grim. Yes. The memories are returning. Nnoitra hated me because I spared his life. He couldn't stand being pitted by a woman. So he allied with Sailaporo to ambush me. Her hand went to the crack in her mask. Some wounds never fully heal. The bitterness in her voice surprised Deku. It was so at odds with the carefree child he'd come to know. Is revenge what you want? He asked quietly. Nelliel's eyes snapped to his, momentarily angry, then softening. No, she admitted. Justice, perhaps. But mostly I want to reclaim my strength to protect others. To make a difference. She smiled faintly. Perhaps I have some hero in me too, Deku. More than most, Halibel commented. Which is why we need you. They spoke for hours, planning their next moves. Halibel would return to Las Noches with Deku and report their partial findings to Aizen. Meanwhile, Nelliel would continue working to stabilize her transformation. The crack in her mask still posed a problem, her adult form wasn't permanent yet. She could revert to her child state if her spiritual pressure dropped too low. As they prepared to leave the next morning, Deku found Nelliel standing alone at the cave entrance, gazing out at the endless desert. Nervous about being left behind, he asked, joining her. She shook her head. No. Pesh and Dondochaka are excellent protectors, despite appearances. And Mila Rose and Sung Sun are staying as well. She glanced at him. I'm more concerned about you and Halibel returning to the Viper's Nest. We'll be careful, Deku assured her. Careful isn't enough with Aizen, Nelliel warned. He sees through facades, anticipates betrayal. It's his specialty. Then we'll be more than careful, Deku amended. We'll be smart. Strategic. Nelliel smiled, turning to face him fully. You remind me of myself, you know. When I was alive, I must have been someone who protected others too. The instinct remained even after I became a hollow. You don't remember your human life? Deku asked, surprised. Only fragments, Nelliel admitted. Most hollows lose those memories. You're unusual in that regard, retaining not just memories but your core identity. She studied him curiously. What was it like? Being a hero? Deku leaned against the cave wall, considering. Hard. Wonderful. Terrifying. The best thing I ever did. He smiled, remembering. I wasn't born with power like most heroes. I had to earn it, work harder than anyone. But that made every life I saved mean more. And now? Nelliel asked. What does being a hero mean now that you're a hollow? The same thing, Deku said without hesitation. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Standing up against those who abuse power. He met her gaze. Just because we're hollows doesn't mean we have to be monsters. Nelliel smiled, a genuine, warm expression that transformed her face. I've said those exact words myself. Perhaps that's why I trust you so quickly. You speak my language. Nell trusted me first, Deku pointed out. I'm just glad adult Nelliel feels the same. Nell and I are the same person, Nelliel said thoughtfully. Different aspects, different memories, but the same core. She saw your heart immediately, as children often do. I'm just catching up. She reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder. Be careful in Las Noches, Deku. Particularly around Nnoitra and Sailaporo. They're dangerous in different ways, Nnoitra with his brutality, Sailaporo with his cunning. I will, Deku promised. And I'll come back as soon as I can. We still need to work on stabilizing your transformation. Yes, Nelliel agreed, touching her cracked mask fragment. I can feel the child still, waiting to re-emerge if my power falters. It's disconcerting. Halibel appeared at the cave entrance. It's time, she said simply. Deku nodded, then turned back to Nelliel. On impulse, he offered his hand. Until next time. Instead of taking his hand, Nelliel pulled him into another hug, this one gentler than the first. Until next time, hero, she whispered near his ear. Remember who you are, even in that place. The return journey to Las Noches was swift and silent. Halibel seemed preoccupied, and Apache, who had insisted on accompanying them, was unusually quiet. Something's wrong, Deku finally said as the massive dome of Las Noches appeared on the horizon. Halibel glanced at him. Your instincts are good. Yes, something feels wrong. The spiritual pressure around Las Noches has changed. There are new presences. Intruders? Deku asked. Possibly, Halibel replied. Which complicates our situation. They approached cautiously, using their pesquisa technique to scan ahead. The fortress appeared intact, but Halibel was right, something had changed. The atmosphere felt tense, charged with anticipation. At the massive gate, they were met by Ulquiorra, his perpetually melancholic expression unchanged. Tercera, he acknowledged Halibel. Lord Aizen requests your immediate presence in the throne room. Has something happened? Halibel asked, maintaining a neutral tone. Soul Reapers, Ulquiorra replied flatly. They've invaded Hueco Mundo, apparently seeking to rescue one of their own. Deku and Halibel exchanged glances. This was unexpected. We will report to Lord Aizen at once, Halibel said. As they followed Ulquiorra through the halls of Las Noches, Deku's mind raced. Soul Reapers in Hueco Mundo complicated their plans significantly. From what Halibel had told him, Soul Reapers considered all Hollows enemies to be purified. Their presence could threaten not just their conspiracy, but Nelliel's safety as well. The throne room was already occupied when they arrived. Aizen sat on his elevated chair, flanked as usual by Jin and Tozen. Several Espada were present as well, Stark lounging against a pillar, Barragan sitting imperiously on a lower step, Nnoitra grinning maliciously, Grimmjow looking eager for battle. Ah, Halibel, Deku, Aizen greeted them smoothly. Welcome back. I trust your mission was productive. Halibel stepped forward. We found evidence of Nelliel Tuo Delschwank in the forest of Minos, as suspected. Her spiritual pressure was distinct, though diminished. We tracked her movement patterns but have not yet located her current position. It was a carefully crafted half-truth. Aizen studied Halibel for a moment, his expression unreadable. Interesting, he said finally. Though I'm afraid Nelliel has become a secondary concern. We have intruders. He gestured, and a projection appeared in the center of the room, images of several black-clad figures moving through Hueco Mundo's desert. Soul Reapers, Aizen explained unnecessarily. Led by one Ichigo Kurosaki, a human boy with Shinigami powers who has been a thorn in my side for some time. They've come for Orihime Inoue. Deku frowned. Orihime Inoue. A human girl with unusual powers, Aizen clarified. I had Ulquiorra bring her to Las Noches recently. Her abilities are useful for my plans. Kidnapped, Deku translated internally, his hero instincts immediately sympathizing with the rescue party. What are your orders, Lord Aizen? Halibel asked, her voice carefully neutral. For now, observe, Aizen replied. I'm curious to see how far these intruders can get. They've already dispatched several of our lower-ranked Arrancar. Let's see how they fare against the Espada. His gaze swept the room. Engage them if they enter your territories, but don't seek them out yet. I want to measure their capabilities more thoroughly. The Espada nodded, though some, particularly Grimmjow and Nnoitra, looked disappointed at the restraint. Halibel, Aizen continued, I'd like a more detailed report on your mission. The rest of you are dismissed. As the others filed out, Deku hesitated, unsure whether he should stay or go. Aizen's gaze flicked to him. You may go, Deku, he said. Rest after your journey. I may have a task for you soon regarding our visitors. Deku bowed slightly and left, but not before exchanging a brief glance with Halibel. Her eyes conveyed a clear message, be careful. In the corridor outside, Deku found himself walking alongside Okiura, who had departed at the same time. You found the former Tercera Espada, Okiura stated flatly. Deku kept his expression neutral. We found traces of her, yes. Yet you did not capture her, Okiura observed. Despite her weakened state. She's elusive, Deku replied carefully. And Halibel thought it best to gather more information before acting. Okiura stopped walking, turning to face Deku directly. His green eyes seemed to bore into Deku's soul. You're hiding something, he said, not as an accusation but as a simple statement of fact. Your heart betrays you. My heart? Deku echoed, confused. Yes. The heart. Okiura placed a pale hand over his own hollow hole. Not this physical absence, but the metaphorical center of emotion. Yours is, noisy. Deku wasn't sure how to respond to such an odd statement. I'm still adjusting to life as an Arrancar, he said finally. Everything is new to me. No, Okiura said with quiet certainty. You're different. You retain too much of your human self. It makes you, unpredictable. Is that a bad thing? Deku asked. Okiura considered this for a moment. It is inefficient. Emotions cloud judgment. They create weakness. They also create strength, Deku countered. Determination. Purpose. Purpose, Okiura repeated, as if tasting the word. What purpose does a hollow have beyond consumption and evolution? Whatever purpose we choose, Deku said firmly. Just because we're hollows doesn't mean we're slaves to instinct. Something flickered in Okiura's normally impassive eyes, curiosity, perhaps. An interesting perspective. Flawed, but interesting. He resumed walking. The woman, Orihime, says similar things. About hearts. About choice. You would likely understand each other. Deku walked beside him, intrigued by this glimpse into Okiura's thoughts. This woman, she's a prisoner here. She is a guest, Okiura corrected tonelessly. One who made a choice to come here to protect her friends. A forced choice isn't really a choice, Deku pointed out. Okiura glanced at him. All choices are forced by circumstances. The difference is merely one of degree. They reached a junction in the corridor. Okiura stopped again. Your quarters are that way, he said, gesturing to the right. Mine, and my responsibilities, are this way. He nodded to the left. Deku sensed the conversation was over. It was interesting talking with you, Okiura. Yes, the Cuarta Espada agreed unexpectedly. Interesting. As Okiura walked away, Deku couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just passed some sort of test, or perhaps failed one. The pale Arrancar was impossible to read. Back in his quarters, Deku paced restlessly. The news of Soul Reaper intruders changed everything. If they were here to rescue a kidnapped human girl, they might be potential allies against Aizen. But they would also see all hollows, including Deku and his allies, as enemies to be destroyed. And what of this Orihime? What powers did she possess that Aizen found so valuable? If she was important to his plans, perhaps freeing her could disrupt them. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. He tensed, hand moving to his Zanpakuto. "Enter," he called. The door slid open to reveal Halibel, looking as composed as ever despite the tension radiating from her spiritual pressure. "We need to talk," she said, closing the door behind her. "Privately." Deku nodded, extending his senses to check for eavesdroppers. Finding none, he relaxed slightly. "What did Aizen want?" he asked. "Details about Nelliel," Halibel replied, moving to the window. He was particularly interested in her current state, whether she remains in child form, whether the crack in her mask has healed. Did he suspect anything? If he did, he didn't show it, Halibel said. But with Aizen, that means little. He excels at hiding his thoughts. She turned to face Deku. "These Soul Reapers complicate matters. Their presence will increase security, make it harder for us to move freely or communicate with Nelliel. But they could also be a distraction," Deku pointed out. "If Aizen's focus is on them, he might pay less attention to us." Halibel nodded. "Possibly. Or he might become more paranoid about internal betrayal during an external attack." "What about the human girl they're trying to rescue?" Deku asked. "Orihime Inoue. Do you know anything about her?" "Only rumors," Halibel admitted. "She supposedly has the power to reject events, to heal injuries, restore objects, perhaps even reverse death itself. Aizen would find such abilities useful for his experiments with the Hogyoku. If she can heal." Deku thought aloud, maybe she could help Nelliel. "Repair the crack in her mask." Halibel's eyes widened slightly. "That's not impossible. If her powers are as described, she might be able to help where our energy transfer could not." "Then we need to find her," Deku decided. "Talk to her. See if she'd be willing to help us." "Ulquiorra guards her," Halibel warned. "He's utterly loyal to Aizen." "He's also curious," Deku countered, remembering their conversation. "About hearts, about purpose. He's not as one-dimensional as he appears." Halibel considered this. "Perhaps. But approaching the girl directly is too risky. For now, we should focus on maintaining our cover while gathering more information." She moved toward the door. "Rest. Tomorrow, we'll begin adapting our plans to account for these new variables." After Halibel left, Deku tried to sleep but found his mind too active. The arrival of Soul Reapers, the captive human with healing powers, Ulquiorra's strange observations about hearts, it all swirled in his thoughts, pieces of a puzzle he couldn't quite assemble. Finally giving up on rest, he decided to explore Las Noches. Perhaps movement would help clear his mind. The corridors were quieter than usual, many Arrancar having been dispatched to monitor or intercept the intruders. Deku moved silently, extending his pesquisa to avoid unwanted encounters. He found himself drawn toward the center of Las Noches, where he sensed an unusual spiritual pressure, not Arrancar, not Soul Reaper, but something in between. Human, yet not merely human. Following the sensation, he arrived at a plain white door guarded by two lower-ranked Arrancar. They straightened as he approached. "This area is restricted," one announced nervously. "On Lord Ulquiorra's orders." "I'm aware," Deku said, projecting confidence. "Lord Ulquiorra asked me to check on the prisoner in his absence." The guards exchanged uncertain glances. "We haven't been informed," one began. "Would you prefer to question Lord Ulquiorra's orders?" Deku interrupted, allowing his spiritual pressure to spike slightly. "I'm sure he'd be interested to hear why his instructions weren't carried out." The mention of Ulquiorra was enough. The guard stepped aside hastily. "Of course not," one said quickly. "Please proceed." Deku nodded, maintaining his authoritative demeanor as he opened the door and stepped inside. The room beyond was stark white like most of Las Noches, but with minimal furnishings, a bed, a small table, a chair by a barred window that looked out over the artificial sky of the dome. Sitting on the bed was a young woman with long auburn hair and large gray eyes. She wore a white dress similar to an Arrancar uniform but clearly designed for a human. She looked up as Deku entered, her expression wary but not fearful. "You're not Okiura," she observed quietly. "No," Deku agreed, closing the door behind him. "My name is Deku." "Are you here to hurt me?" she asked, her tone suggesting she'd already accepted such a possibility. "No," Deku said firmly. "I'm here to talk." "You're Orihime Inoue, right?" She nodded, studying him curiously. "You're different from the others. Your eyes are, kinder." Deku approached slowly, not wanting to frighten her. "I heard your friends have come to rescue you." Hope flashed across Orihime's face before she controlled her expression. "They shouldn't have. I came here willingly to protect them." "A forced choice," Deku said, echoing his earlier words to Okiura. "Not really a choice at all." Orihime's eyes widened slightly. "You understand." "I do," Deku confirmed, sitting in the chair across from her. "I also understand wanting to protect people you care about." "You're an Arrancar," Orihime said, puzzled. Okiura said hollows only care about consuming souls. "Okiura doesn't understand everything," Deku replied. "Even about himself." This earned him a small smile. "No, he doesn't. Though I think he's starting to wonder." Deku leaned forward slightly. "Orihime, I need to ask you something important. I've heard you have special powers, healing powers." She tensed. "Aizen wants to use them to help the Hogyoku." "I'm not Aizen," Deku assured her. "And that's not what I'm interested in. I have a friend, another Arrancar. She was injured, her mask cracked. It's left her weakened, unstable. You want me to heal her?" Orihime asked, surprised. "If you could," Deku confirmed. "Not for Aizen's plans, but to help someone who, like me, isn't what Okiura thinks hollows should be." Orihime studied him intently, as if trying to read his soul. "You're telling the truth," she said finally. "I can feel it. But why would you help another Arrancar against Aizen's interests?" "Because it's the right thing to do," Deku said simply. "Because I was a hero before I died, and I don't want to stop being one just because my heart's gone." He placed a hand over his hollow hole. "Or at least, physically gone." Orihime's expression softened. "Okiura keeps asking me about the heart. About what it means. He doesn't understand that it's not just an organ." "No," Deku agreed. "It's more than that. It's who we are, what we stand for." "Yes," Orihime said, nodding enthusiastically. "Exactly." She hesitated, then added, "I would help your friend if I could. But I can't leave this room. Okiura checks on me regularly." "I understand," Deku said. "I just wanted to know if it was possible. If your powers could heal a cracked mask." "I think so," Orihime said thoughtfully. "My Soten Kishun rejects events, returns things to their state before they were damaged. If I could see this Arrancar, I could try." "Thank you," Deku said sincerely. "That gives me hope." He stood, knowing he couldn't risk staying longer. "Your friends are strong. I can sense their spiritual pressure even from here. They're fighting for you." Tears welled in Orihime's eyes. "They shouldn't have come. Aizen is too powerful." "Don't underestimate people fighting for someone they care about," Deku said, remembering his own battles alongside his friends. "That kind of determination can overcome incredible odds." He moved to the door. "I should go before the guards get suspicious." "But, Orihime, you're not alone here. Remember that." As he left, Deku caught a glimpse of her expression, surprised, touched, and for the first time since he'd entered, hopeful. Outside, he nodded to the guards and walked away, mind racing. If Orihime's powers could heal Nelliel's mask, it would solve their biggest problem. But getting the human girl to Nelliel, or vice versa, would be nearly impossible under current circumstances. Unless an idea began forming in Deku's mind. A risky one, but potentially viable. If the Soul Reapers were creating enough chaos, and if they could find the right allies within Las Noches. Deep in thought, Deku nearly collided with someone rounding a corner. He stopped short, finding himself face to face with Nnoitra Gilga, the Quinta Espada. Well, Nnoitra drawled, his piano key grin widening. If it isn't Halibel's new pet. Heard you were out looking for Nelliel. Deku tensed, remembering Nelliel's warnings about this particular Espada. Just following orders. And how is that weakling? Nnoitra asked, his single visible eye gleaming with malice. Still hiding in the desert? We haven't found her yet, Deku replied carefully. Nnoitra leaned on his massive crescent blade, Santa Teresa. When you do, tell her Nnoitra sends his regards. Tell her I'm looking forward to finishing what I started. Anger flared in Deku's chest, but he controlled it. Now wasn't the time for confrontation. I'll pass that along if we find her, he said neutrally. Nnoitra studied him, clearly disappointed by the lack of reaction. You're an odd one. Not like most Arrancar. Too restrained. I'm still learning the customs, Deku offered. Custom is to know your place, Nnoitra sneered. And to show proper respect to your superiors. Deku met his gaze evenly. I respect strength when I see it. The implied insult didn't go unnoticed. Noitra's grin vanished, replaced by a scowl. Careful, newcomer, he warned, spiritual pressure flaring aggressively. You haven't earned the right to disrespect me. I meant no disrespect, Deku replied calmly, not backing down despite the pressure. I'm simply reserving judgment until I see your abilities firsthand. It was a calculated response, neither submissive nor overtly challenging. Noitra's scowl deepened, but after a moment, he laughed. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Maybe we'll test each other soon. See if you're worth keeping around. He shouldered his massive weapon and continued past Deku. When those Soul Reapers get deeper into Las Noches, there'll be plenty of fighting to go around. Don't die before I get a chance to cut you down myself. After Nnoitra disappeared around a corner, Deku released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That had been dangerously close to a direct confrontation, one he wasn't sure he could have won without revealing more of his power than was wise. Nelliel had been right about Nnoitra. The hatred in his voice when he mentioned her was palpable. Whatever history they shared, it had left deep scars on both sides. Returning to his quarters, Deku found Halibel waiting for him again, her expression troubled. Where were you? She asked as soon as the door closed. I sensed your spiritual pressure spike near Nnoitra's. We had a brief exchange, Deku admitted. Nothing serious. Before that, I spoke with Orihime and Oe. Halibel's eyes widened. You what? How did you even reach her? The guards aren't very bright, Deku explained. I told them Okiura sent me. That was incredibly risky, Halibel admonished, but her tone suggested she was more impressed than angry. What did you learn? She believes her powers could heal Nelliel's mask, Deku reported. Restore it completely. Hope flashed in Halibel's eyes. That would be significant. With her full power restored, Nelliel would be a formidable ally. The problem is getting them together, Deku continued. Orihime is heavily guarded, and bringing Nelliel into Las Noches is too dangerous with Nnoitra actively hunting her. Halibel paced the small room, thinking. We need a distraction. Something big enough to draw attention away from both Orihime and our movements. The Soul Reapers might provide that, Deku suggested. Especially if they get close to rescuing Orihime. Perhaps, Halibel agreed. But we can't count on their timing or success. We need our own plan. She stopped pacing, turning to face Deku directly. How confident are you in your combat abilities? Against an Espada? Deku considered the question carefully. In my released state, I believe I could hold my own against most of them. Not Stark or Barragan, perhaps. Maybe not you. But the others, yes. Even Ulquiorra. Halibel pressed. He guards Orihime most closely. Ulquiorra is different, Deku admitted. His spiritual pressure is dense, controlled. I'd need to see his released form to know for sure. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Halibel said. Direct confrontation should be our last resort. She moved to the window, looking out at the artificial sky. I'll speak with Aizen tomorrow, request permission to return to the desert to continue searching for Nelliel. If granted, I can relay our new information to her while you remain here to monitor the situation with the Soul Reapers. And if they get close to Orihime? Deku asked. Then we adapt, Halibel said simply. That's how we've survived this long in Hueco Mundo, by adapting. The next morning, Deku awoke to the sound of distant explosions. He rushed to his window, seeing flashes of light and spiritual pressure in the distance. Battle was underway somewhere in Las Noches. The Soul Reapers, he murmured. They've reached the fortress. He dressed quickly, strapping his Zanpakuto to his waist. As he opened his door, he nearly collided with Apache, who had been about to knock. There you are, she exclaimed. Lady Halibel sent me to find you. The intruders have breached Las Noches and split up. Aizen has ordered the Espada to their battle stations. Where's Halibel? Deku asked, following Apache as she hurried down the corridor. With Aizen, Apache replied. She's been ordered to guard the central tower. Stark and Barragan have similar assignments. That meant Aizen was keeping his 3 strongest Espada in reserve. Smart strategy. What about me? Deku asked. Where am I supposed to be? With us, Apache said, gesturing to include herself. Lady Halibel requested you as backup for her territory. Aizen approved, apparently. They reached a large assembly area where numerous Arrancar were gathering, receiving orders from their superiors. Amid the chaos, Deku spotted Halibel speaking with Aizen. She nodded at whatever he was saying, then turned and saw Deku. With a brief word to Aizen, she approached. The situation has escalated, she said without preamble. The Soul Reapers are stronger than anticipated. One of them has already defeated the Novena Espada. Impressive, Deku noted. What's our role? We defend the central pathway to the throne room, Halibel replied. Aizen believes one group of intruders will head there, assuming that's where Orihime is being kept. And where is she actually being kept? Deku asked quietly. The 5th tower, Halibel murmured. Under Ulquiorra's direct protection. An opportunity, then. If most of the forces were focused on the central pathway, the 5th tower might have reduced security. Aizen has granted my request to return to the desert tomorrow, Halibel continued, keeping her voice low. To continue the search for Nelliel. He seems unconcerned with that mission now, which works in our favor. Good, Deku said. But for now, we play our parts. Halibel nodded, then raised her voice for the benefit of others nearby. Take position in the western corridor. Intercept any intruders who break through the outer defenses. Yes, Lady Halibel, Deku replied formally, bowing slightly. As he moved to his assigned position, Deku felt the fortress shudder from another distant impact. The Soul Reapers were pushing forward, creating exactly the kind of chaos that might serve their purposes. Hours passed. The sounds of battle grew closer, then more distant, as the intruders navigated Las Noches' labyrinthine structure. Deku maintained his post, extending his pesquisa regularly to track the movement of powerful spiritual pressures throughout the fortress. He sensed Grimmjow engaged in fierce combat with one particularly strong Soul Reaper, likely the Ichigo Kurosaki that Aizen had mentioned. The battle raged intensely, their spiritual pressures flaring and clashing like lightning storms. Elsewhere, he sensed Nnoitra moving purposefully toward another battle, his bloodthirsty spiritual pressure radiating eagerness for combat. Sailaporo remained in his laboratory area, apparently engaged with yet another intruder. And somewhere deep in the fortress, Ulquiorra's cold, controlled spiritual pressure remained steadily positioned near a smaller, warmer signature that must be Orihime Inoue. A sudden fluctuation caught Deku's attention. Grimmjow's spiritual pressure plummeted sharply, then stabilized at a much lower level. Defeated, but not killed. The victor's spiritual pressure, which Deku assumed belonged to Ichigo Kurosaki, began moving rapidly toward Ulquiorra's position. Toward Orihime. It's starting, Deku murmured to himself. The direct assault on Orihime's location would draw attention, create openings elsewhere. Halibel appeared beside him, having apparently reached the same conclusion. This is our opportunity, she said quietly. I've arranged for a Garganta to be opened near the eastern wall in 1 hour. Officially to begin our search for Nelliel early. Aizen has approved, wanting us out of the way of the current conflict. And unofficially? Deku asked. We bring Orihime to Nelliel, Halibel replied. If we can extract her during the chaos. Deku frowned. With Ulquiorra guarding her and this Ichigo Kurosaki heading straight for them? It's risky. All worthwhile actions are, Halibel said simply. The question is whether you're prepared for what might be necessary. I am, Deku said without hesitation. But I'm not sure a direct confrontation is the best approach. Maybe we should let Ichigo reach Orihime first, create more confusion, then make our move during the fighting. Halibel considered this. Logical. But it assumes Ichigo can occupy Ulquiorra sufficiently. From what I'm sensing of his spiritual pressure, he's incredibly strong, Deku observed. And highly motivated to rescue his friend. Very well, Halibel decided. We'll position ourselves to intercept them after Ichigo engages Ulquiorra. If the opportunity arises to convince Orihime to come with us temporarily, we take it. They moved quickly through Las Noches, heading toward the fifth tower while avoiding the main pathways where battles raged. Deku followed Halibel's lead, trusting her knowledge of the fortress's layout to find the most direct route. As they approached the tower, they felt it, an enormous surge of spiritual pressure that made the entire structure tremble. Ulquiorra's normally contained energy had exploded outward, taking on a darker, more oppressive quality. He's released his Zanpakuto, Halibel noted, surprise evident in her voice. I've never felt Ulquiorra's Resurrection before. He's always considered it unnecessary in the confines of Las Noches. Ichigo must be stronger than expected, Deku said. They quickened their pace, reaching the base of the fifth tower just as another, even more intense wave of spiritual pressure washed over them. This one was suffocating in its density, carrying an unmistakable sense of emptiness and despair. Segunda etapa, Halibel whispered, genuine shock in her eyes. I didn't know it was possible. Segunda etapa? Deku questioned. A second release form, Halibel explained quickly. Beyond normal resurrection. I've never encountered it before. No wonder Aizen values him so highly. The tower shook again, debris raining down from above. The battle was clearly devastating the upper levels. We need to hurry, Deku urged. If they destroy the entire tower, our opportunity will be lost. They ascended rapidly, using Sonido to climb the exterior rather than navigating the interior stairways. As they reached the upper levels, the destruction became more evident, entire sections of wall missing, support columns cracked, the roof partially collapsed. They paused on a ledge, assessing the situation. Above them, through a massive hole in the tower's dome, they could see two figures engaged in brutal combat, one a bat-like creature with massive black wings that must be Ulquiorra in his released state, the other a young man with orange hair wielding a black sword, presumably Ichigo Kurosaki. And there, huddled against a remaining section of wall, was Orihime Inoue, her eyes wide with horror as she watched the battle. There she is, Deku said. We need to reach her while they're distracted. Halibel nodded. I'll create a diversion if needed. You convince her to come with us. They moved carefully along the ledge, staying low to avoid drawing attention from the combatants above. Debris continued to rain down as Ulquiorra and Ichigo exchanged devastating blows that shook the entire structure. Finally, they reached a position directly below Orihime. Deku caught her eye, and recognition flashed across her face. Deku, she mouthed, clearly surprised to see him. He nodded, then pointed downward, indicating that she should try to move toward them. Orihime glanced at the battling figures, then began slowly, carefully working her way toward the edge. Just as she neared the ledge where they waited, a massive energy blast from Ulquiorra obliterated the section of floor she stood on. Orihime screamed as she plummeted. Deku reacted instantly, using Sonido to intercept her fall. He caught her midair, then landed beside Halibel on the ledge. Are you alright? He asked urgently. Orihime nodded, though she was visibly shaken. Why yes. Thank you. Above them, neither Ulquiorra nor Ichigo seemed to have noticed Orihime's fall, so intent were they on their battle. Orihime, Deku said quickly, we need your help. Remember my friend with the cracked mask? We have a chance to heal her, but we need to leave now. Confusion and uncertainty flashed across her face. But Ichigo came to rescue me. I can't just leave. We'll bring you back, Deku promised. But right now, that battle is too dangerous. And while they're fighting, we have a chance to help someone who really needs your power. Halibel stepped forward. We aren't kidnapping you, Orihime Inoue. We're asking for your assistance. Once you've helped our ally, we'll return you to your friends. Orihime looked between them, then back up at the devastating battle above. Ulquiorra had just impaled Ichigo through the chest with what appeared to be an energy spear. Ichigo, she gasped. He's fighting for you, Deku said gently. Let his battle have meaning beyond just your rescue. Let it create an opportunity to help others too. Indecision warred in Orihime's eyes for a moment longer, then resolved into determination. All right, she said. I'll help your friend. But you have to promise to bring me back. We promise, Deku said sincerely. Halibel nodded agreement, then took charge. We need to move quickly, before Aizen realizes what's happening. There's a Garganta waiting for us at the eastern wall. They descended the tower rapidly, Deku carrying Orihime while Halibel led the way. The human girl clung tightly to him, clearly uncomfortable with the high-speed movement but not complaining. As they reached the base of the tower, a familiar, malevolent spiritual pressure approached from a side corridor. Well, what have we here? Nnoitra's voice echoed as he emerged, dragging his massive weapon behind him. Stealing Ulquiorra's pet, Halibel. Aizen won't be pleased. He grinned his piano-key smile, spiritual pressure flaring aggressively. Or are you two plotting something? I've noticed you spending a lot of time together. Halibel stepped forward, hand moving to her Zanpakuto. Stand aside, Nnoitra. This doesn't concern you. Oh, but it does, he replied, his single eye gleaming with malice. Anything that undermines Aizen's authority creates opportunities. And I do love opportunities. His gaze shifted to Orihime, then back to Deku. But I'll make you a deal. Tell me where Nelliel is hiding, and I'll let you pass. I know you found her, I can see it in your eyes. Deku felt Orihime tense in his arms at the mention of Nelliel's name. Did she know her? We haven't found Nelliel yet, Halibel stated flatly. That's why we're leaving Las Noches again, to continue the search. Liar, Nnoitra spat. You forget I know that woman better than anyone. I know the look of someone who's seen her. You found her, and you're hiding her. He raised his weapon. Last chance. Tell me where she is, or I'll take the human girl back to her cage and report your treachery to Aizen. Deku set Orihime down carefully, stepping in front of her protectively. Halibel, he said quietly, take Orihime and go. I'll handle Nnoitra. Halibel glanced at him sharply. Are you certain? Yes, Deku replied, drawing his Zanpakuto. This confrontation was inevitable. Better now, when it serves our purpose, than later when the stakes might be higher. Nnoitra laughed. You think you can take me, newcomer? I'm the Quinta Espada. Go, Deku said to Halibel, ignoring Noitra's taunt. I'll catch up. After a moment's hesitation, Halibel nodded. Don't underestimate him, she warned. Then, to Orihime, come with me, quickly. As they moved away, Nnoitra made to follow, but Deku flash-stepped into his path. Your fight is with me, he said firmly. Noitra's grin widened. So be it. I was getting bored anyway. Let's see what Halibel's pet can do. He swung his massive crescent blade in a wide arc. Deku blocked with his Zanpakuto, the impact sending him sliding back several feet. Strong, Deku thought. Physically stronger than me in my sealed state. Is that all? Nnoitra taunted. Pathetic. Green energy began to crackle around Deku's form. Full cowling, 30%, he announced, and the lightning-like power intensified. Noitra's eye widened slightly. Interesting trick. But tricks won't save you. He attacked again, faster this time. Deku dodged using Sonido, reappearing behind Nnoitra and striking with his energized blade. The attack connected, but barely scratched Noitra's Hiero, his hardened Arrancar skin. My Hiero is the strongest among the Espada, Nnoitra boasted. Your puny attacks can't even cut me. He spun, swinging Santa Teresa in a deadly arc that Deku barely avoided. The blade cleaved through a nearby pillar as if it were paper, bringing down a section of ceiling. Deku analyzed as he fought, looking for weaknesses, patterns in Noitra's attacks. The Espada relied heavily on his weapon's reach and his own physical strength. His movements, while fast, were predictable, wide swings designed to cleave opponents in half rather than precise strikes. 50%, Deku muttered, increasing his full cowling. The green energy around him intensified, cracking the floor beneath his feet. Oh. Noitra's grin widened. Getting serious now? Delaware smash. Deku called, swinging his blade and releasing a crescent of concentrated energy. This time, when the attack struck Nnoitra, it cut through his Hiero, leaving a shallow gash across his chest. The Espada's eye widened in genuine surprise. You cut me, he said, sounding more pleased than angry. It's been a while since someone managed that. He licked the blood from the wound, his expression turning feral. Now it's getting interesting. His spiritual pressure surged, becoming darker, more oppressive. Pray, he intoned, raising his weapon, Santa Teresa. Yellow energy exploded around him as he entered his resurrection state. When it cleared, Nnoitra stood transformed, his body thinner, more insect-like, with 4 arms, each holding a scythe-like blade. His mask fragment had expanded into a crescent moon shape with horns. This is my true form, he announced, his voice distorted. Few have seen it and lived. His attack speed doubled, each of his 4 arms moving independently. Deku found himself on the defensive, blocking and dodging a flurry of strikes from multiple angles. A blade caught his shoulder, cutting deep. Another grazed his side. Deku grimaced, realizing he was outmatched in his current state. What's wrong? Nnoitra taunted. Not so confident now, are you? Deku jumped back, putting distance between them. Blood ran down his arm, but he ignored it, focusing on his opponent. I didn't want to do this, he said quietly. But you leave me no choice. He held his Zanpakuto before him, both hands on the hilt. The blade glowed brilliantly green. Inherit, he called, the command word resonating with power, one for all. Power exploded around him, transforming him as it had in the training ground with Halibel. His mask fragment expanded, covering his face entirely in a form reminiscent of his old hero mask but with jagged teeth and glowing eyes. His body grew more muscular, lightning-like veins of green energy visible beneath his skin. The 6 spectral arms of pure energy extended from his back. Nnoitra's eyes widened at the transformation. What the hell is this? Your spiritual pressure. 100%, Deku said, his voice deeper, reverberating through his mask. The green lightning around him intensified to blinding levels. Before Nnoitra could react, Deku vanished, reappearing directly in front of him. One of the spectral arms lashed out, catching Noitra's upper right wrist and crushing it, causing him to drop one of his scythes. Fast! Nnoitra gasped, swinging his remaining weapons at Deku. Deku blocked all 3 strikes simultaneously, 1 with his Zanpakuto, 2 with spectral arms. Then he countered, driving his fist into Noitra's stomach with enough force to crack the Espada's hierro. Detroit Smash! Deku roared, the impact sending Nnoitra crashing through multiple walls. The Quinta Espada rose from the rubble, coughing blood but grinning maniacally. So much power hidden in such a weak-looking package, he said, wiping blood from his mouth. No wonder Halibel keeps you close. He readied his remaining weapons. But I'm not finished yet. Nnoitra charged, moving even faster than before, desperation adding to his already considerable speed. His 3 blades became blurs as he attacked from multiple angles simultaneously. Deku met the assault head-on, his spectral arms blocking and parrying while he focused on offense. Each impact cracked Noitra's weapons further. How? Nnoitra demanded, frustration creeping into his voice. How are you this strong? You're not even an Espada. Because I'm fighting for something more important than myself, Deku replied, deflecting another strike. I'm fighting to protect others. Protect? Nnoitra spat. That's weakness. Power exists to dominate, to crush. That's where you're wrong, Deku said. And that's why you lost to Nelliel in the past. She understood what real strength is. Rage contorted Noitra's features at the mention of Nelliel. Don't speak her name, he roared, attacking with renewed fury. But his anger made him careless. Deku saw an opening and took it, catching all 3 of Noitra's remaining weapons with his spectral arms. With a sharp twist, he shattered them all. Disarmed, Nnoitra resorted to direct physical attacks, launching a barrage of punches with his 4 arms. Deku blocked or dodged each one, analyzing Noitra's movements, waiting for the perfect moment to counter. It came when Nnoitra overextended on a right hook. Deku ducked under it, then rose up with his full power concentrated in a single uppercut. United States of Smash, he called, the attack connecting squarely with Noitra's jaw. The impact was catastrophic. Noitra's body arched backward, his Resurrection form shattering as he reverted to his sealed state. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious but alive. Deku stood over him, breathing heavily. The spectral arms faded as he allowed his own Resurrection to recede, returning to his normal Arrancar form. I won't kill you, he said to Noitra's unconscious form. That's another difference between us. He sheathed his Zanpakuto, then turned and headed in the direction Halibel had taken Orihime. He needed to catch up quickly, before someone else discovered what they were doing. Using Sonido to move at maximum speed, Deku raced through Las Noches, following Halibel's spiritual pressure. The fortress continued to shake with distant battles, providing cover for his movement. He reached the eastern wall just as Halibel was preparing to open a Garganta, a dimensional doorway that would allow them to travel directly to their hidden cave system. You're injured, Halibel noted as he arrived, eyeing the blood on his shoulder and side. It's nothing, Deku assured her. Nnoitra? Defeated but alive, Deku confirmed. Though when he wakes up, he'll certainly report what happened. Then we need to move quickly, Halibel said. She turned to Orihime, who had been watching their exchange with wide eyes. Are you ready? The human girl nodded, though she looked apprehensive. Will this hurt? Going through that door. No, Halibel assured her. But stay close to us. The path is formed by our spiritual pressure. Step where we step. She raised her hand, focusing her energy to create the Garganta. Reality tore open before them, revealing a swirling darkness beyond. Now, Halibel said, stepping into the void. Deku placed a reassuring hand on Orihime's shoulder. It's okay. I'll be right behind you. The girl took a deep breath, then followed Halibel into the Garganta. Deku entered last, sealing the doorway behind them to prevent pursuit. Inside the Garganta, they moved swiftly along a path of solidified spiritual pressure that Halibel created ahead of them. Around them, the Dangai, the precipice world between dimensions, swirled with chaotic energy. Will your friends be angry that you came with us? Deku asked Orihime as they walked. She glanced back at him, her expression troubled. They'll be worried. Especially Ichigo. But. She hesitated. I want to help your friend. Ichigo would understand that. Thank you, Deku said sincerely. This means a lot to us. This person with the broken mask, Orihime asked, they're important to you? Deku considered this. Yes, he said finally. Though we've only recently met. She represents hope, that even as hollows, we can retain our humanity. Our compassion. Orihime smiled faintly. I've always believed that. Even when others told me all hollows were monsters to be purified. Not all soul reapers think that way. Deku asked, curious. Some do, some don't, Orihime replied. My friend Ichigo, he's different. He sees the person, not just the category. He sounds like a good friend, Deku observed. Orihime's smile turned soft, affectionate. The best. Ahead of them, Halibel stopped, raising her hand. We're here, she announced. Another tear opened in the fabric of reality, revealing the familiar rock formation that housed their cave hideout. They stepped through into the perpetual night of Hueco Mundo. This way, Halibel directed, leading them toward the cave entrance. As they approached, figures emerged from the shadows, Pesh and Dondochaka, standing protectively in front of the entrance. Lady Halibel. Pesh called, relaxing slightly. You've returned sooner than expected. His gaze shifted to Orihime, and he tensed again. A human? Is this wise? She's here to help, Halibel explained. Her powers may be able to heal Nelliel's mask. At that, both hollows perked up. Truly? Dondochaka asked, hope evident in his voice. She can fix Nel-sama. I'll try, Orihime said gently. I can't promise, but I think my Soten Kishun might work. They entered the cave to find Nelliel in her adult form, sitting cross-legged near the small spirit fire. Mila Rose and Sung Sun sat nearby, apparently in the middle of a conversation. Nelliel looked up as they entered, her eyes widening when she saw Orihime. A human? She asked, surprised. Then recognition dawned. Wait, you're Orihime Inoue. The one Ulquiorra captured. You know me? Orihime asked, equally surprised. I've observed the world of the living, Nelliel explained. Watched you and your friends from afar. I was curious about the humans who could see spirits. She stood, approaching cautiously. Why have you brought her here? She asked Halibel. Her powers, Halibel explained. She may be able to heal your mask. Nelliel's hand went to the crack in her mask fragment, hope and skepticism warring in her expression. Is that possible? I think so, Orihime said. My power rejects events, returns things to their state before they were damaged. If you'll allow me to try. Nelliel studied her for a moment, then nodded. Please. If there's any chance. Orihime stepped forward, raising her hands to her hairpins, the apparent source of her power. Soten Kishun, I reject, she called. Two small, fairy-like entities emerged from her hairpins, flying to position themselves on either side of Nelliel's head. A golden oval of light formed between them, encompassing Nelliel's mask fragment. "This may feel strange," Orihime warned. "But it shouldn't hurt." Nelliel closed her eyes as the golden light intensified. The crack in her mask began to glow, particles of spiritual energy that had been scattered by Nnoitra's attack returning, reconstituting the damaged fragment. Minutes passed, the cave silent except for the soft hum of Orihime's power. Deku watched in fascination as the crack gradually closed, the mask fragment becoming whole once more. As the process neared completion, Nelliel gasped, her spiritual pressure suddenly spiking dramatically. The walls of the cave cracked under the pressure as her power, no longer leaking through the damaged mask, fully restored itself. "It's working," Pesh breathed, watching in awe. Her power. The golden light faded as Orihime completed her technique. The fairy-like entities returned to her hairpins. "There," she said, looking tired but pleased. "It's done." Nelliel opened her eyes, reaching up to touch her mask fragment. Her fingers traced what had been a jagged crack, finding smooth, unbroken bone. "It's whole," she whispered, disbelief and joy mingling in her voice. "I can feel my power, all of it. No more instability, no more risk of reverting." She looked at Orihime with profound gratitude. "Thank you. I don't have words to express what this means." Orihime smiled. "I'm glad I could help. Everyone deserves to be whole." Nelliel turned to Deku and Halibel. "You took an enormous risk bringing her here. Thank you both." "The risk isn't over," Halibel cautioned. "Nnoitra knows something is happening. When he regains consciousness, he'll report to Aizen." "Nnoitra?" Nelliel's expression darkened. "You encountered him?" "I fought him," Deku admitted. "Defeated him so Halibel could escape with Orihime." Nelliel's eyes widened, then narrowed thoughtfully. "You defeated Nnoitra in his released state. That's significant." "Deku is stronger than he appears," Halibel said simply. "So I see." Nelliel studied Deku with new interest. "It seems I have much to thank you for, hero." The affectionate nickname made Deku somewhat uncomfortable, though not unpleasantly so. "I just did what needed to be done." "And modesty as well," Nelliel noted, a hint of teasing in her voice. "Rare among Arrancar." Halibel cleared her throat. "We need to decide our next move. Aizen will know of our betrayal soon. Las Noches will no longer be safe for either of us. Then we make our stand here," Nelliel suggested. "With my power restored, and the three of us working together, we could defend this position against most threats." "3. Deku questioned. "You, me, and Halibel," Nelliel clarified. "The three strongest Arrancar now allied against Aizen." Halibel shook her head. "Not yet. We still have responsibilities in Las Noches. My fraction, for one. And we need to return Orihime to her friends," Deku added. "We promised." Orihime, who had been listening silently, spoke up. "I want to help you. All of you. What Aizen is planning, sacrificing Karakura town, it's horrible." "It's not your battle," Halibel said gently. "But it is," Orihime insisted. "Those are my friends, my neighbors. And now, you're my friends too." She looked around at the assembled Arrancar. "I know Soul Reapers and Hollows are supposed to be enemies. But if we can work together against Aizen, maybe there's hope for understanding between our kinds." "The girl speaks wisdom beyond her years," Nelliel observed. "Alliances with the Soul Reapers, it's not something I had considered possible. But perhaps." A sudden surge of spiritual pressure outside the cave interrupted her. All of them tensed, reaching for their weapons. "That's not Aizen," Halibel said, frowning. "It feels like a Soul Reaper," Nelliel finished. "But not just any Soul Reaper." Deku moved to the cave entrance, peering out cautiously. What he saw made him freeze in surprise. Standing in the moonlight of Hueco Mundo was a tall figure with spiky orange hair, wearing a black kimono and carrying a massive cleaver-like sword. His spiritual pressure was immense, wild yet controlled, and he was looking directly at the cave entrance. "Orihime," he called, his voice carrying easily across the distance. "I know you're in there. Come out, or I'm coming in." Orihime gasped behind Deku. "Ichigo." She pushed past him, rushing to the cave entrance. "I'm here. I'm okay." The Soul Reaper, Ichigo Kurosaki, visibly relaxed at the sight of her, though he kept his sword ready. "Are you hurt?" he demanded. "Did they force you to come here?" "No," Orihime assured him, stopping halfway between the cave and where he stood. "I came willingly. To help someone. Someone important." Ichigo frowned, clearly confused. "Help who? These Arrancar?" "Yes," Orihime said simply. "Not all Arrancar are evil, Ichigo. Just like not all Soul Reapers are good." Ichigo's frown deepened, but he didn't argue the point. "How did you even find this place?" he asked instead. "How did you get away from Okuiora?" "It's complicated," Orihime admitted. "But I'm safe, I promise. These Arrancar protected me." "Protected you," Ichigo repeated skeptically. His gaze shifted to Deku, who still stood in the cave entrance. "You. Are you the one who took Orihime?" Before Deku could answer, Nelliel stepped out of the cave, moving to stand beside him. "No, Ichigo Kurosaki. I asked for her help. She came willingly." Ichigo's eyes widened in recognition. "Nell? Is that, you? But you're grown up," Nelliel finished with a small smile. "Yes. Thanks to Orihime's power, I've been restored to my true form." "True form?" Ichigo repeated, looking thoroughly confused now. "What the hell is going on here?" Halibel emerged as well, completing the trio at the cave entrance. "Perhaps we should all talk," she suggested. "There seems to be much information to share on both sides." Ichigo's grip on his sword tightened at the sight of a third Arrancar. "Yeah, talking. With Arrancar. Because that's totally normal." "Ichigo," Orihime chided gently. "Please. They really are different. They're fighting against Aizen too." That got his attention. "Against Aizen? Why would Arrancar fight against their own leader?" "Because he sees us as tools, not people," Nelliel explained. "Because he plans to sacrifice countless innocent lives for his ambition. Because some of us remember what it meant to be human." Ichigo studied them for a long moment, indecision clear on his face. Finally, he lowered his sword, though he didn't sheath it. "Fine," he said. "Let's talk. But this better be good, because I just went through hell fighting Okuiora to rescue you, Orihime. Finding out you left willingly with other Arrancar isn't exactly what I expected." Orihime's expression turned guilty. "I'm sorry. I should have left a message or something. But it all happened so fast." "It's okay," Ichigo sighed. "You're safe. That's what matters." He glanced at the three Arrancar again. "For now, anyway." They retreated into the cave, an uneasy alliance formed by circumstance and shared enemies. Ichigo remained wary, staying close to Orihime, his hand never far from his sword. As they settled around the spirit fire, Deku couldn't help but marvel at the strange gathering: three Arrancar, a human with mysterious powers, a Soul Reaper who was apparently also part human, and several Fraction who watched the proceedings with varying degrees of suspicion and curiosity. It was, he reflected, exactly the kind of unlikely alliance that might just have a chance against someone as powerful and calculating as Aizen. "Start from the beginning," Ichigo requested, his gaze moving between the three main Arrancar. "How did you three end up working together against Aizen?" Deku, Halibel, and Nelliel exchanged glances. Then, by unspoken agreement, Deku began their story. It started when I died, he said simply. When a hero from another world became a hollow in this one. The explanation took time: Deku's awakening as a hollow, his evolution into an Arrancar, his meeting with Halibel, their discovery of Nell, the plan to restore her power, and finally, their goal of undermining Aizen's plans for Karakura town. Throughout the telling, Ichigo's expression shifted from skepticism to surprise to something approaching respect. "So you're saying you were a hero in your human life," he summarized when they finished. "And you're trying to be one still, even as a hollow." "Yes," Deku confirmed. "My circumstances have changed, but who I am hasn't." "And you too," Ichigo continued, looking at Halibel and Nelliel, "your Espada who never fully bought into Aizen's vision. Who retained enough of your humanity to question his methods." "Essentially," Nelliel agreed. "Though I was removed from the Espada by Nnoitra's treachery before I could act on those doubts. And I remained, gathering information, building my own power base," Halibel added. "Waiting for the right opportunity." Ichigo leaned back, running a hand through his spiky hair. "This is not what I expected when I came to Hueco Mundo. Nor what we expected when we discovered Deku," Nelliel said with a small smile. "Sometimes fate has different plans than we do." "So what now?" Ichigo asked. "Aizen knows you betrayed him, right? After taking Orihime and fighting Nnoitra?" "Yes," Halibel confirmed. "Las Noches is no longer safe for us. We'll need to establish a new base, gather allies if possible. And Aizen's plan for Karakura town continues," Deku added grimly. "We need to find a way to stop him." Ichigo's expression hardened. "That's my hometown. My family, my friends, they're all there." "Then perhaps," Nelliel suggested carefully, "we have a common cause." "An alliance," Ichigo said, testing the idea. "Between Soul Reapers and Arrancar." "Not just any Arrancar," Deku clarified. "Us specifically. Others would still follow Aizen." "And not just any Soul Reapers," Ichigo added. "Most of the Godii 13 would never agree to work with hollows of any kind. But me and my friends, we might." He looked at Orihime, who had been listening quietly. "What do you think? Can we trust them?" Orihime nodded without hesitation. "Yes. I've seen their hearts, Ichigo. They're genuine." Ichigo sighed, then nodded. "All right. I guess we're allies then. Though Yuryu's going to have a fit when he finds out we're working with hollows." "Yuryu?" Deku questioned. "A Quincy," Ichigo explained. "They, really hate hollows. Like, genocide-level hate." "Wonderful," Halibel said dryly. "Perhaps it's best if he doesn't join our alliance." "Yeah, probably," Ichigo agreed. "But Chad would be on board. And Rukia and Rinji might be convinced, once they understand the situation." "More Soul Reapers?" Nelliel asked. "Friends," Ichigo clarified. "Good ones. They trust me, and I trust them. Then we begin building our alliance," Halibel decided. "Starting with those present here." She looked around the circle: Arrancar, human, Soul Reaper, and for the first time since Deku had known her, she smiled openly. "Perhaps this is how change begins," she mused. "Not with grand declarations or massive armies, but with small groups who see beyond the boundaries others accept as fixed." "Very philosophical," Ichigo commented, though not unkindly. "But we'll need more than philosophy to stop Aizen." "We'll need strategy," Nelliel agreed. "Intelligence about his plans, his timeline. And power," Deku added. "Enough to challenge him directly when the time comes." "Power we have," Halibel said confidently. "Between us three, Arrancar and Ichigo, we represent significant strength." "And intelligence," Nelliel mused. "I may have an idea about that. There's an Arrancar in Las Noches who knows more about Aizen's plans than most, because he helped design many of them. Sailor Poro, Halibel guessed. Yes, Nelliel confirmed. The Octava Espada. A scientist, a sadist, and utterly self-serving. If approached correctly, he might be convinced to share information. Approached how? Deku asked. With something he wants more than Aizen's approval, Nelliel replied. Knowledge. Specifically, knowledge of your power, Deku. It's unlike anything in Hueco Mundo. He'd be fascinated. Deku frowned. You want to use me as bait? Not exactly, Nelliel clarified. More as a bargaining chip. We offer him the chance to study your abilities in exchange for information about Aizen's plans. We control the interaction, set the terms. It's risky, Halibel noted. Sailor Poro is not trustworthy. No, Nelliel agreed. But he is predictable in his obsessions. And we don't have many other options for gaining inside information now. Ichigo had been listening to this exchange with growing impatience. This all sounds great for the long term, but what about right now? My friends are still fighting in Las Noches. I need to get back to them. And I should go with you, Orihime added. They came to rescue me, after all. Deku nodded. You're right. Our first priority should be getting you both safely back to your friends. And then? Ichigo pressed. And then we coordinate, Halibel said decisively. Establish a means of communication between our groups. Share information, plan our next moves. Agreed, Nelliel said. We'll need to move our base as well. With Ichigo having found us here, it's only a matter of time before Aizen's forces do too. I can help with the communication part, Orihime offered. I have methods that Aizen doesn't know about. Ichigo looked at her in surprise. You do? She nodded. Hachi, one of the Visors, taught me some Kido techniques for sending messages across dimensions. I've been practicing. That could be invaluable, Nelliel noted, impressed. A secure channel between our groups would make coordination much easier. Then it's settled, Deku said. We help Ichigo and Orihime return to their friends. We establish communication. We relocate our base. And we begin gathering intelligence on Aizen's exact plans. A solid foundation, Halibel agreed. And speaking of returning. She looked at Ichigo. How exactly did you find us here? We were careful to conceal our spiritual pressure. Ichigo scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Ah, that. Well, I have this connection with Orihime. I can sense her no matter where she is. It's been that way since I first gained my Soul Reaper powers. Orihime blushed faintly at this revelation, though Ichigo seemed oblivious to the implications. Interesting, Nelliel murmured, a small smile playing at her lips. Such connections are rare and significant. Before the conversation could continue, a tremor ran through the cave system, subtle, but unmistakable to those sensitive to spiritual pressure. Someone's coming, Deku said, rising to his feet. Multiple presences, powerful ones. Aizen's forces? Halibel questioned, her hand moving to her Zanpakuto. No, Nelliel said, her expression grim. Something else. Something, hungry. They moved to the cave entrance, stepping out into the moonlight of Hueco Mundo. What they saw made even the experienced Arrancar among them tense. Approaching across the desert was a massive wave of hollows, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of varying sizes and forms. At their head strode a tall, skeletal figure that Deku recognized from descriptions in Halibel's briefings. Baragan, Halibel identified the leader. The Segunda Espada. Former king of Hueco Mundo before Aizen. Why would he bring an army of lesser hollows? Deku asked, confused. Control, Nelliel explained grimly. He's always maintained influence over the wilder hollows of Hueco Mundo. It seems he's decided to reassert that authority. But why attack us? Ichigo questioned. Because Aizen ordered it, Halibel said simply. Or because he sees an opportunity to eliminate potential rivals. Either way, we're facing an army. We should retreat, Nelliel suggested. Find a more defensible position. Deku studied the approaching horde, his tactical mind analyzing the situation. No, he said finally. Retreat now and they'll just pursue us. We make our stand here. Against thousands? Halibel questioned. Not all of them, Deku clarified. Just Baragon. The lesser hollows will scatter if their leader falls. Intimidation tactics, it's what he's using against us. Nelliel nodded slowly. Logical. Baragon has always ruled through fear. Remove him, and his army becomes directionless. So we take on an Espada who can literally age anything he touches to dust, Ichigo summarized sarcastically. Sounds like a great plan. Together, Deku emphasized. The four of us, attacking simultaneously from different angles. He can't use his Respira against all of us at once. 5, Orihime corrected quietly. My Santen Keshin can block his aging technique. I've done it before, briefly. They all looked at her in surprise. You're not fighting, Ichigo said immediately. It's too dangerous. I'm not leaving you all to face him alone, Orihime replied with uncharacteristic firmness. I can help. Let me help. Before they could argue further, Baragon's voice boomed across the desert. Traitors. He called, his deep voice carrying easily despite the distance. Aizen has declared you enemies of Las Noches. Surrender now, and your deaths will be quick. Charming offer, Nelliel muttered. What's the plan, exactly? Halibel asked Deku, recognizing the strategic glint in his eyes. Baragon's power is absolute in close range, Deku explained quickly. But he's arrogant. He'll want to make a display of his authority, give a speech, intimidate us. That gives us time to position ourselves. He looked at each of them in turn. Ichigo and I will approach directly, keep his attention focused forward. Halibel, you circle right. Nelliel, left. Orihime stays back but ready with her shield technique if any of us need emergency extraction from his Respira field. And then? Ichigo pressed. And then we hit him simultaneously, Deku said. From 3 directions at once. Maximum power, no holding back. We only get one chance at this. The others nodded their agreement, even Ichigo, who seemed impressed despite himself by Deku's tactical thinking. For the record, the Soul Reaper muttered, this is insane. Most successful plans are, Nelliel replied with a small smile. Especially against superior numbers. They moved quickly, Halibel and Nelliel using Sonido to position themselves wide to Baragon's flanks while Deku and Ichigo walked directly toward the approaching army. Orihime remained at the cave entrance, her hairpins glowing softly as she prepared her techniques. As they approached, Deku could feel the oppressive weight of Baragon's spiritual pressure, ancient, decaying, like the slow inevitability of time itself. The lesser hollows surrounding him scuttled and slithered, held in check only by the Segunda Espada's overwhelming presence. So, Baragon called as they drew near, the traitors show themselves. And with a Soul Reaper ally, no less. How desperate you must be. He sat upon a throne of bones that floated several feet above the sand, his crown-like mask fragment gleaming in the moonlight. Despite his skeletal appearance, he radiated absolute authority. We're not traitors, Deku called back. We're simply choosing a different path than Aizen's. Semantics, Baragon dismissed. Aizen is Lord of Las Noches now, much as I despise that fact. To oppose him is to betray the order of Hueco Mundo. An order built on lies and the planned sacrifice of innocent souls, Ichigo interjected. Some things should be opposed. Baragon's hollow eye sockets seemed to narrow. A Soul Reaper lecturing a hollow about sacrifice. Rich, considering how many of my kind your people have slaughtered over the centuries. This isn't about old grievances, Deku said, trying to keep Baragon talking while Halibel and Nelliel continued moving into position. It's about Aizen's plan for Karakura town. Thousands of innocent lives sacrificed for his ambition. Innocent? Baragon laughed, a dry, rattling sound. No living being is innocent. All are guilty of the sin of existing in a world built on consumption. Hollows simply acknowledge this truth more honestly than others. Philosophy doesn't justify mass murder, Deku argued, noting that Halibel and Nelliel had nearly reached their positions. Enough talk, Baragon declared, rising from his bone throne. Aizen wants you eliminated, and for once, I find myself in agreement with him. Creatures that cannot decide what they are, neither proper hollow nor proper soul, have no place in the order of things. He raised a bony hand. But I am not without mercy. Surrender now, acknowledge my authority as king of Hueco Mundo, and I will grant you quick deaths. Tempting, Deku replied sarcastically. But we have a counteroffer. Oh. Baragon's tone suggested amusement. Yes, Deku said, readying himself. Halibel and Nelliel were in position. Leave now, and we won't have to demonstrate exactly why Aizen sent an army rather than facing us himself. Rage flashed in Baragon's empty sockets. You dare, now. Deku shouted. All three Arrancar released their Zanpakuto simultaneously. Inherit, one for all. Deku called. Destroy, Tiburon, came Halibel's voice from the right. Declare, Gamuza. Nelliel's command rang from the left. At the same moment, Ichigo's spiritual pressure exploded as he called out, Bankai. Tensa Zengetsu. The desert erupted with spiritual energy of 4 different signatures, green lightning from Deku, blue water from Halibel, pink-tinged wind from Nelliel, and deep black-red energy from Ichigo. Baragon, caught by surprise by the coordinated release, barely had time to enter his own resurrection form. Rot, arrogant. He intoned, his body dissolving into a skeletal emperor figure wrapped in a purple cloak, a crown atop his skull. The lesser hollows scattered in terror as the 5 immense spiritual pressures collided, creating a shockwave that rippled across the desert for miles. Attack Pattern Alpha. Deku called, the tactical designation they'd quickly established during their planning. He and Ichigo charged directly at Baragon from the front, while Halibel and Nelliel circled to strike from the sides. Foolish, Baragon declared, raising both hands. Respira. The black miasma of his aging technique billowed outward, creating a death zone around him. Sand turned to dust, then nothingness as it approached his body. But the 4 attackers had anticipated this. They stopped just short of the Respira's range, each channeling their energy into long-distance attacks. Gran Rey Zero. Deku, Halibel, and Nelliel called simultaneously, each firing the devastating beam of concentrated spiritual energy from a different angle. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo roared, swinging his black blade and releasing a massive crescent of crimson-black energy. The 4 attacks converged on Baragon from all sides. His Respira expanded, trying to age the incoming energy to nothingness, but the sheer volume overwhelmed his defenses. The resulting explosion was catastrophic, the combined force of 4 captain-level attacks creating a blast that momentarily outshone even the moon of Hueco Mundo. When the light faded and the dust settled, Baragon remained, damaged but not defeated. His skeletal form had cracks running through it, and his royal cloak was tattered, but his Respira field still surrounded him. Impressive, he acknowledged, his voice somehow even more hollow than before. But futile. Time erodes all things, even your attacks. Then we'll just have to hit harder, Ichigo declared, black energy swirling around his blade once more. Wait, Deku cautioned. Look at his left side. The cracks are deeper there. His defense isn't uniform. It was true, Baragon's left side had taken more damage from their combined assault, the bones there showing significant fractures. His attention was divided 4 ways, Nelliel observed. he couldn't maintain equal defense in all directions. So we concentrate our next attack there, Halibel concluded. All four of us, same spot. He'll expect that now, Deku pointed out. We need a distraction. As if in answer to his thought, a golden triangle of light suddenly appeared between them and Baragon. Orihime had moved forward, her Santen Keshin forming a massive shield. I'll hold his Respira, she called. Attack through my shield, it can reject his aging power temporarily. Orihime, no. Ichigo shouted. It's too dangerous. But she had already engaged, her shield pressing against Baragon's Respira field, creating a bizarre stalemate where his aging technique attempted to decay her rejection field, while her power continuously restored it. Now! Deku called, recognizing the opportunity. While he's focused on her shield. All four warriors charged, using Orihime's shield as cover to approach closer than they could have otherwise. Foolish human, Baragon snarled, concentrating his Respira against her shield. Nothing can reject the power of time itself. But Orihime's determination was evident in her focused expression. I reject the very concept of your power, she replied, her voice strained but resolute. Not just its effects, but its fundamental nature. Her shield began to glow brighter, actually pushing back against Baragon's Respira, creating an opening in his defenses. There! Deku shouted, pointing to the gap. Ichigo was fastest, flash-stepping through the opening and swinging his black blade directly at Baragon's cracked left side. Getsuga Tensho, he roared, the attack hitting point blank. Baragon howled as the energy tore through his skeletal form, creating a massive rent in his ribcage. But still, he remained standing, his Respira field weakened but active. One for all, 100%, Deku intoned, concentrating all his power into his right fist. The spectral arms from his Resurrection gathered around it, adding their energy to his attack. United States of Smash. He drove his fist through the gap in Baragon's defenses, directly into the wound Ichigo had created. The impact shattered the Segunda Espada's ribcage entirely, sending bone fragments flying in all directions. Cascada. Halibel called, sending a massive torrent of water through the same opening, the pressurized liquid cutting through Baragon's weakened form like a high-powered saw. Lanzador Verde. Nelliel finished, throwing her lance-like weapon with incredible force. It pierced Baragon's skull, pinning it to the desert floor behind him. The Segunda Espada's body began to disintegrate, not from his own power of decay, but from the combined damage of four devastating attacks. His Respira field flickered and died. Impossible, he gasped, his voice fading. I am time itself. I cannot be defeated. Nothing is absolute, Deku replied. Not even time. Baragon's final words were lost as his form collapsed entirely, dissolving into spiritual particles that scattered across the desert. The crown that had adorned his head fell to the sand, the last remnant of the self-proclaimed king of Hueco Mundo. The army of Lesser Hollows, seeing their leader defeated, broke ranks and fled in all directions, exactly as Deku had predicted. Within minutes, the desert was empty save for their small group. Orihime collapsed to her knees, exhausted from maintaining her shield against Baragon's power. Ichigo was at her side instantly, supporting her. That was reckless, he admonished, though his tone was gentle. You could have been killed. But I wasn't, she replied with a tired smile. And it worked. Deku, Halibel, and Nelliel approached, all reverting to their sealed forms to conserve energy. The battle had taken its toll on all of them. We did it, Deku said, somewhat disbelievingly. We defeated the Segunda Espada. Together, Nelliel emphasized. None of us could have done it alone. Halibel knelt, picking up Baragon's crown from the sand. The king is dead, she murmured. Aizen will not be pleased. Aizen will be furious, Nelliel corrected. We've just eliminated one of his strongest pieces. He'll come for us with everything he has now. Then we need to move, Deku decided. Immediately. Gather everyone from the cave and evacuate. To where? Ichigo asked, still supporting Orihime. I know a place, Nelliel said. An abandoned fortress in the far reaches of Hueco Mundo. Ancient, predating Las Noches. Few remember it exists. Will it be defensible? Halibel asked. Yes, Nelliel confirmed. And it has access points to both the world of the living and soul society, if we need them. Perfect, Deku said. Let's move quickly. As they returned to the cave to gather their allies and prepare for departure, Deku found himself walking beside Halibel and Nelliel, the three Arrancar naturally falling into formation together. You fought well, Halibel commented. Your strategic thinking was impressive. As was your power, Nelliel added. I've never seen an Arrancar with abilities like yours. We make a good team, Deku replied simply. All of us. Halibel and Nelliel exchanged glances, something unspoken passing between them. Yes, Halibel agreed finally. Perhaps better than any of us anticipated. Looking at his two powerful, intelligent allies, women who had retained their humanity despite becoming hollows, who had chosen to fight for something larger than themselves, Deku felt something he hadn't experienced since his rebirth in this world. Hope. Not just for survival, but for meaning. For connection. For the possibility of being a hero even in death. As they prepared to leave for their new sanctuary, Deku glanced back at the battlefield where they had defeated Barragan. The Segunda Espada's crown still lay in the sand, a reminder that even the most entrenched powers could fall when challenged by those willing to stand together. The war against Aizen was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. But for the first time, Deku believed they had a real chance of victory. Not because of power alone, but because they had found something Aizen could never understand or replicate, genuine bonds forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. In life, Deku had learned that the greatest heroes were those who inspired others to rise above themselves. In death, it seemed, that lesson remained true. With Halibel and Nelliel at his side, and unexpected allies like Ichigo and Orihime supporting their cause, perhaps they could achieve what once seemed impossible, saving Karakura town, stopping Aizen, and finding a new path for hollows who remembered what it meant to be human. Chapter 3, Defiance of Fate. The ancient fortress loomed against Hueco Mundo's eternal night sky, its weathered stone walls stretching up toward the crescent moon. Unlike Las Noches with its sterile white perfection, this place wore its age proudly, cracked stones, vine-like growths of crystallized rasure, and towers that twisted like frozen tornadoes. Deku stood on the highest parapet, scanning the endless desert. They'd been here 3 days, and so far, no pursuit from Aizen's forces had materialized. Either they'd covered their tracks well, or Aizen was planning something more elaborate than a direct attack. Still watching for ghosts? Nelliel asked, appearing beside him in a whisper of sonido. Just being cautious, Deku replied. Aizen doesn't strike me as someone who forgives betrayal easily. He doesn't forgive anything easily, Nelliel said, leaning against the stone barrier. But he is patient. He'll wait until striking serves his larger plans. The green-haired Arrancar looked different today. She'd abandoned the tattered remnants of her old uniform, trading them for armor that resembled her resurrection form, fitted, practical, with plates covering vital areas. Her zanpakuto hung at her waist, always within reach. You've changed your look, Deku observed. Nelliel smiled. A physical reminder of my commitment to our cause. No more Las Noches white. We're our own faction now. Footsteps sounded on the stone stairs behind them, and Halibel joined them on the parapet. Like Nelliel, she'd modified her appearance, her high collar now gone, replaced by a fitted mask that covered just the lower half of her face. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a practical braid, and her jacket had been reinforced with armor at the shoulders and chest. The Soul Reapers have arrived, she announced. Ichigo brought reinforcements, 2 of them, plus the Quincy he mentioned. I thought the Quincy hated hollows, Deku said. He does, Halibel confirmed dryly. He's made that abundantly clear. But his loyalty to Ichigo apparently outweighs his prejudice. For now. Any word from Las Noches? Nelliel asked. Some, Halibel said. Apache managed to get a message through. Aizen has called a full assembly of his remaining forces. He's accelerating his timetable for Karakura town. Deku's hand tightened on the stone railing. How soon? 3 days. The three Arrancar exchanged grim looks. Faster than they'd anticipated. Whatever plans they made would need to be implemented immediately. We should join the others, Halibel said. This concerns everyone. They descended from the parapet into the central courtyard, where an unlikely assembly had gathered. Ichigo stood with 3 companions, a tall, muscular young man with dark skin, a bespectacled teenager with a formal bearing, and a petite soul reaper with short black hair. Nearby, Orihime sat with Pesh and Dondochaka, apparently teaching them some sort of hand-clapping game. The rest of their group, Halibel's fraction, several lower-ranked Arrancar who had defected with them, and a handful of other hollows who had joined their cause, maintained a respectful distance from the Soul Reapers. About time, Ichigo called as they approached. We've got news you'll want to hear. As do we, Halibel replied. Aizen moves against Karakura town in 3 days. The news silenced the courtyard. The bespectacled young man, the Quincy, Deku assumed, stepped forward. 3 days is insufficient time to prepare proper defenses, he stated bluntly. Soul Society has been planning for this conflict for months, and even they aren't fully ready. Yuryu Ishida, the Quincy introduced himself, pushing his glasses up with one finger. And while I have significant reservations about allying with Hollows, the tactical reality requires cooperation. He means he's willing to work with you to save our town, Ichigo translated. This is Chad and Rukia, he added, indicating his other companions. They're on board too. I am Nelliel Tuo Delschwank, Nelliel said formally. This is Tyr Halibel, and Deku. We lead this faction. You're not what I expected, Rukia admitted, studying them. When Ichigo described Arrancar who retained their humanity, I was skeptical. Understandably, Deku said. I had similar reactions when I first awoke here. But we exist, and we share your opposition to Aizen's plans. So what do we do? Ichigo asked, cutting straight to the point. 3 days isn't much time. Halibel gestured toward an archway. We should continue this in the war room. We've been developing strategies. They moved through the fortress's winding corridors to a circular chamber dominated by a massive stone table. Crude maps had been etched into its surface, Karakura town, Las Noches, Soul Society, the pathways between them. Aizen's plan requires him to sacrifice Karakura town at a specific location, Halibel explained as they gathered around the table. The Jurichi, the point where the spiritual energy of the human world is most concentrated. He needs 100,000 souls to create the Oken, Nelliel continued. Which is why he targets a town of that size. Couldn't he create artificial souls? Yuryu asked. Why use humans specifically? The ritual requires natural souls, Deku explained, recalling Halibel's briefings. Living souls with their own Ryatsu. Artificially created souls lack the necessary spiritual composition. But what if the souls weren't there? Orihime suggested, surprising everyone. When Aizen tries to activate his ritual. All eyes turned to her. She blushed slightly under the attention but pressed on. I mean, if there were a way to move Karakura town. Or replace it with something that looked like it but wasn't actually full of people. Silence fell as the implications of her suggestion sank in. Yuryu's eyes widened. That's not impossible, he said slowly. Soul Society has techniques for creating massive spiritual constructs. If they could create a perfect replica of Karakura town, and move the real town temporarily to Soul Society. Aizen would activate his ritual on an empty shell, Rukia finished, excitement growing in her voice. The real souls would be safe. But could Soul Society execute such a plan in just 3 days? Halibel asked. Moving an entire town between dimensions sounds complicated. They've been preparing for Aizen's attack for months, Rukia said. This might already be part of their strategy. I need to contact them immediately. Do it, Ichigo urged. If they're already planning something like this, we need to coordinate with them. Rukia nodded and hurried from the room, presumably to establish communication with Soul Society. Even if they can move the town, Deku pointed out, Aizen will still attack. We need to be ready to confront him directly. Agreed, Nelliel said. And we need to assume he'll bring his remaining forces, Stark, Ulquiorra, and the others who remained loyal. Not to mention Jin and Tozen, Halibel added. Former Soul Reaper captains, both extraordinarily powerful. Yuryu studied the map thoughtfully. If the battleground is a fake Karakura town, that actually works in our favor. We can fight without worrying about civilian casualties. We still need a proper battle plan, Deku said, leaning over the map. And to decide who faces which opponents. Some matchups will be more advantageous than others. I want Ulquiorra, Ichigo said immediately. We have unfinished business. Nnoitra is mine, Nelliel stated, her tone leaving no room for argument. I owe him for what he did to me. I'll take Stark, Halibel volunteered. I know his fighting style better than anyone else here. That leaves me with whoever else shows up, Deku said. Sailaporo, possibly. Or Aranjero. Actually, a new voice interjected from the doorway, you might have more pressing concerns. They turned to see a battered, blood-splattered Apache standing there, supported by Rukia. The heterochromatic Arrancar looked like she'd fought her way through an army. Apache! Halibel exclaimed, rushing to her Fraction's side. What happened? Aizen, Apache gasped as they helped her into a chair. He knows everything. Where you are, what you're planning. He let me escape, told me to deliver a message. Deku's stomach dropped. What message? Apache looked directly at him, her mismatched eyes haunted. He said to tell Deku that One for All belongs to him now. That he's found the missing piece of his plan. Confusion rippled through the room. One for All? Ichigo asked. What's that? My power, Deku explained, his mind racing. The core of my abilities, passed down to me in life. But how could Aizen? Sailaporo, Nelliel realized, her face paling. He must have analyzed your spiritual pressure during your time in Las Noches. Catalogued its unique properties. But he can't just take my power, Deku protested. One for All can only be willingly given, not stolen. Unless, Halibel said slowly, he's found another way. The Hogyoku grants wishes, manifests desires. If Aizen wished for power like yours. A chill ran through Deku. If Aizen had somehow replicated One for All, or worse, created some twisted version of it. There's more, Apache continued. He's sending an advance force here. Not to fight, but to deliver something. He called it a gift for his rebellious children. A trap, Yuryu stated flatly. Obviously, Apache agreed. But he said you'd want to receive it anyway. Said it concerns the true nature of holofication and the boundary between Shinigami and Holo. Ichigo stiffened at that. The boundary between, does he know about my inner Holo? You're what? Deku asked, startled. Long story, Ichigo muttered. But if Aizen's messing with the barrier between Soul Reaper and Holo powers, that's bad news for everyone. Rukia returned, her expression grim. I've made contact with Soul Society. They are indeed planning to replace Karakura Town with a spiritual replica, but they weren't planning to implement for another week. They're accelerating now, but it's going to be tight. We need to delay Aizen, Deku decided. Even a day or two could make the difference. How? Chad asked, speaking for the first time. If he's already moving, we intercept him before he reaches the human world, Halibel suggested. The Garganta he'll use to transport his forces, if we can disrupt it, force him to recreate it, that would buy time. Dangerous, Nelliel noted. We'd be facing him on his home territory. We don't have better options, Deku said. And if what Apache says is true, he's already found a way to replicate my power. We can't afford to let him grow stronger. A commotion outside interrupted their planning. Distant explosions shook the fortress, sending dust cascading from the ancient ceiling. They're here already, Mila Rose announced, appearing at the doorway. At least 3 Espada-level spiritual pressures approaching from the east. His gift arrives, Halibel said grimly. Let's receive it properly. They rushed to the eastern battlements, arriving just as 3 figures emerged from the swirling sands of Hueco Mundo. Deku recognized them immediately, Ulquiorra, emotionless as ever, Grimmjow, grinning with anticipation, and between them, a figure Deku had never expected to see again. All Might. Or rather, something that looked like All Might, tall, muscular, with the iconic blonde hair and permanent smile. But this version wore a white Arrancar uniform, and a mask fragment shaped like a crescent moon adorned his forehead. What the hell? Ichigo muttered. Who's the big guy? Impossible, Deku whispered, his voice barely audible. That's my mentor. From when I was alive. But he died before me. An illusion, Halibel stated flatly. Aizen's specialty, complete hypnosis. No, Nelliel said, studying the approaching figure. That's a real Arrancar. I can sense his spiritual pressure. It's massive, almost on par with Stark's. The 3 figures stopped a short distance from the fortress gates. Ulquiorra stepped forward. We come bearing Lord Aizen's greeting, he announced, his voice carrying easily despite his perpetually soft tone. And his gift, the reunification of master and student. The All Might lookalike grinned, but the expression held none of the warmth or reassurance of the original. This smile was predatory. Young Midoriya, he boomed in a voice chillingly similar to All Might's. I've been reborn, just like you. Isn't it wonderful? We can be together again. Deku's hands shook. That's not All Might, he said, though his voice wavered. All Might would never willingly serve someone like Aizen. Oh, but I am Toshinori Yagi, the impostor insisted. With all his memories, all his feelings toward you. Aizen simply helped me, evolve beyond my former limitations. He's a construct, Ulquiorra explained dispassionately. Created from Lord Aizen's analysis of your spiritual pressure, Deku, and shaped using the Hogyoku to manifest the form most likely to sway your loyalty. My loyalty isn't for sale, Deku snapped. Not for sale, Grimmjow finally spoke, his grin widening. But maybe up for grabs in combat. That's why I'm here. Aizen figured if the carrot didn't work, we could try the stick. Ichigo stepped forward, hand moving to Zangetsu's hilt. You're not fighting anyone, Grimmjow. Not until we finish what we started. Looking forward to it, Soul Reaper, Grimmjow replied, licking his lips in anticipation. Ulquiorra raised a hand, silencing his companion. We did not come to fight. Not yet. Lord Aizen merely wishes you to understand what you face. His mastery of the Hogyoku has evolved beyond mere Arrancar creation. He can now blend souls, create hybrids that transcend the boundaries between Shinigami, Hollow, and human. The All Might Arrancar spread his arms wide. Join us, young Midoriya. Together, we can create a new world order, one where heroes like us aren't limited by death or dimensional boundaries. Deku felt sick. The creature had All Might's mannerisms, his voice, even specific phrases he used to use. Whatever Aizen had created, it wasn't just a simple impostor, it contained something of his mentor's essence. I'll give you one day to consider, Ulquiorra continued. Return to Las Noches willingly, and Lord Aizen will welcome you back. Refuse, and we return in force. And what about the rest of us? Halibel asked coldly. Are we also invited to this reunion? You and Nelliel may return as well, Ulquiorra stated. Though your positions would be diminished. The others are expendable. How generous, Nelliel replied, voice dripping with sarcasm. One day, Ulquiorra repeated. Then we come for you, whether you're willing or not. With that, the three turned and began walking away. The false All Might glanced back over his shoulder, his smile now tinged with sadness that twisted Deku's heart despite his knowledge that this was a manipulation. I'll be waiting, my boy, he called. One last chance to be heroes together. They watched in silence as the three figures disappeared into the swirling sands. Only when they were completely gone did anyone speak. Well, Ichigo said, that was disturbing on about 12 different levels. It's a mind game, Yuryu observed. Psychological warfare designed to destabilize us before the real attack. Deku remained silent, staring at the spot where the All Might imposter had stood. Nelliel placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? She asked quietly. No, he admitted. That thing, it wasn't just an Arrancar with All Might's appearance. It had his spiritual signature, twisted and hollowified, but recognizable. Is it possible Aizen actually found your mentor's soul? Halibel asked. Deku shook his head. I don't know. In my world, when people died, their souls didn't become hollows or soul reapers. At least, I don't think they did. The rules might be different. Regardless of what that creature is, Yuryu interjected, it's clear Aizen is demonstrating new capabilities. The ability to create custom Arrancar with specific spiritual signatures is concerning. It changes our timeline too, Rukia added. They're giving us one day before they attack in force. That's not enough time for Soul Society to complete the Karakura town replacement. Deku finally turned from the horizon, his expression hardening into determination. Then we stick with our original plan. We intercept Aizen before he reaches Karakura town. We buy time. Against his entire force? Chad asked. That seems unwise. Not his entire force, Deku clarified. We don't need to defeat Aizen, just delay him. Disrupt the Garganta, force him to recalculate, reposition. A strike team, Nelliel realized. Small, fast, targeting the dimensional passage rather than Aizen himself. Exactly, Deku confirmed. While Soul Society defends the real Karakura town and completes the switch. Who goes? Ichigo asked. Me, Nelliel, and Halibel, Deku said immediately. We know Las Noches, we understand how the Gargantas work, and we're the three strongest among us. I'm coming too, Ichigo stated flatly. This involves my hometown. And me, Yuryu added, surprising everyone. My Quincy abilities allow me to disrupt spiritual structures. That could be useful against a Garganta. The rest stay here, Halibel decided. Guard our base, maintain communication with Soul Society, and be ready to provide backup if needed. Rukia looked like she wanted to argue but finally nodded. I'll coordinate with Captain Yucatake. If we can synchronize our attacks, we might create enough confusion to give Soul Society the time they need. They spent the next several hours planning their infiltration. Las Noches was massive, with multiple potential sites where Aizen might establish a Garganta large enough for his forces. They identified the three most likely locations based on Halibel's knowledge of the fortress. We'll split into teams, Deku explained, pointing to the crude map they'd drawn. Ichigo and Yuryu take the western approach, Nelliel and I will take the central dome, and Halibel will approach from the east. Whoever finds the Garganta first signals the others. And when we find it? Yuryu asked. We don't attack immediately, Deku cautioned. We need to wait until Aizen commits his forces, starts moving them through. That's when the Garganta will be most vulnerable, stretched between dimensions. Disrupt it while they're crossing, Nelliel elaborated. Half their forces in, half still out. Maximum chaos. It's risky, Halibel noted. If we're detected before the right moment. Everything about this is risky, Ichigo pointed out. But it's better than waiting for Aizen to appear in Karakura town with his entire army. As night fell, or what passed for night in the perpetual darkness of Hueco Mundo, marked only by shifts in the moon's position, they made final preparations. Weapons were checked, strategies reviewed, contingencies established. Deku found himself alone on the parapet again, staring toward Las Noches, barely visible on the distant horizon. The encounter with the All Might Arrancar had shaken him more than he wanted to admit. Footsteps approached, and he turned to find both Halibel and Nelliel joining him. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching the unchanging landscape. "You're troubled," Halibel observed finally. "Wouldn't you be?" Deku asked. "Seeing someone you cared about twisted into that?" "I would," Nelliel admitted. "And I wouldn't be handling it nearly as well as you are." Deku smiled faintly at that. "I'm not handling it well. I'm just hiding it better than you think." "You don't need to hide it," Halibel said. "Not from us." The simple statement carried unexpected weight. Deku looked between the two women, both powerful, both damaged by their experiences, both choosing to stand against the established order of their world for what they believed was right. "Thank you," he said softly. "For everything. A month ago, I woke up alone in this desert, a monster consumed by hunger. Now." He gestured vaguely. "Now I have purpose again. Allies. Friends. More than friends, perhaps," Nelliel suggested, a slight smile playing at her lips. Deku blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean?" Halibel and Nelliel exchanged glances, some silent communication passing between them. "What Nelliel means," Halibel explained, "is that the bonds between us have grown stronger than ordinary alliance. We three complement each other, in battle, in strategy, in spirit. In Hueco Mundo, such bonds are rare," Nelliel continued. "Hollows are solitary predators by nature. Finding others who truly understand you, who fight alongside you without reservation, it's precious." "I've felt it too," Deku admitted. "At first, I thought it was just gratitude for not being alone. But it's more than that now. The humans have a word for it," Nelliel said softly. "Family. Chosen family." The concept resonated deeply with Deku. In life, he'd had his mother, All Might, his friends at UA. In death, he'd found new connections just as meaningful. "Family," he repeated, testing the word. "I like that." "As do we," Halibel said. "Which is why, whatever happens tomorrow, we face it together. No heroic sacrifices, no lone stands. We either all return," Nelliel added firmly, "or none of us do." Deku nodded, a lump forming in his throat. "Together," he agreed. "Always." The moment was interrupted by Ichigo's arrival, the Soul Reaper looking uncomfortable at having stumbled into something private. Sorry," he said awkwardly. "Rukia sent me. She's made contact with Soul Society again. They need to speak with all of us." They followed him to the war room, where a projection had been established on one wall, a communications Kido maintained by Rukia. The image showed a white-haired man in a captain's haori, his expression grave. "Captain Yucatake," Rukia was saying as they entered. "These are the Arrancar allies I mentioned. Deku, Halibel, and Nelliel." The captain studied them with interest rather than hostility. "Remarkable. When Rukia first reported Arrancar fighting against Aizen, many of us were skeptical. Yet here you are. We have common cause," Halibel stated simply. "Aizen threatens both our worlds." "Indeed," Yucatake agreed. "Which brings me to the purpose of this communication. Our intelligence suggests Aizen plans to move earlier than you reported, potentially within hours, not days. Alarm rippled through the room. Hours? Deku repeated. Why accelerate further? We believe he's aware of our plan to replace Karakura town, Yukitake explained. He's trying to strike before we complete the preparations. Then we move now, Ichigo decided. No waiting until morning. Agreed, Deku said. Captain Yukitake, how much more time do you need to complete the town transfer? At minimum, 6 hours, the captain replied. Preferably 8. Then we'll give you 8, Deku promised. Whatever it takes. Be warned, Yukitake cautioned. Our sources indicate Aizen has been experimenting extensively with the Hogyoku. The abilities he and his followers now possess may exceed our intelligence. Like creating an Arrancar version of my mentor, Deku said grimly. Precisely, Yukitake confirmed. Be prepared for unexpected developments. The communication ended shortly after, leaving them to accelerate their timeline. What had been planned for morning now needed to happen immediately. We leave in 30 minutes, Halibel announced. Final preparations, then we move. The fortress erupted into activity. Weapons were distributed, final orders given to those staying behind, communication methods confirmed. Deku checked his Zanpakuto, feeling the reassuring pulse of one for all within the blade. As they prepared to depart, assembling in the courtyard, Orihime approached Deku. She held out her hands, revealing what looked like 5 small crystals. Communication devices, she explained. I made them with my Shun Rika. They'll allow the 5 of you to stay in contact, even across Las Noches. That's incredible, Deku said, taking one of the crystals. It glowed faintly orange at his touch. Just channel a tiny bit of your spiritual pressure into it when you want to speak, Orihime instructed. The others will hear you, no matter where they are. She distributed the remaining crystals to Nelliel, Halibel, Ichigo, and Yuryu. Be careful, she added softly. All of you. We will, Ichigo assured her. Keep things running here. If we're not back in 12 hours. We will be, Nelliel interrupted firmly. No other possibility is acceptable. They departed shortly after, 5 figures racing across the moonlit desert of Hueco Mundo. They maintained a tight formation initially, conserving energy for the infiltration ahead. Las Noches grew larger on the horizon with each passing minute. The massive dome gleamed white under the moon, a stark contrast to the endless black sky and white sand that surrounded it. We separate in 5 minutes, Halibel announced as they approached. Remember the plan, locate the Garganta, confirm Aizen's presence, then signal the others. No individual engagement unless absolutely necessary. And if we're discovered? Yuryu asked. Fall back to the rendezvous point, Deku replied. The eastern ruins, 2 miles from the main fortress. We regroup, reassess. They slowed as they neared Las Noches' outer perimeter. Patrols were visible along the massive walls, lower-ranked Arrancar maintaining a security cordon. This is where we split, Halibel said. Maintain communication. Be vigilant. With nods of acknowledgement, they separated, Halibel heading east, Ichigo and Yuryu west, Deku and Nelliel toward the central section of the fortress. Deku and Nelliel approached the massive central dome cautiously. Rather than attempting to breach the main entrance, they targeted a maintenance access point Halibel had identified in her briefing, a small, rarely used doorway designed for Arrancar servants. Guards, Nelliel whispered, pointing to 2 figures flanking the doorway. I'll handle them, Deku replied. Cover me. He circled around, approaching from behind. The guards never saw him coming, a quick chop to each neck, precisely calculated to render them unconscious without permanent damage. They crumpled silently. Nelliel joined him, and they dragged the guards into the shadows. Non-lethal, she noted with approval. Still the hero. Always, Deku confirmed. Being a hollow doesn't change that. They entered Las Noches through the maintenance door, finding themselves in a narrow service corridor. Unlike the grand, open spaces of the main halls, these passages were cramped and utilitarian, designed for efficiency rather than impression. The central chamber should be this way, Nelliel whispered, leading them deeper into the fortress. They moved silently, extending their pesquisa at regular intervals to detect approaching enemies. The fortress seemed oddly empty, fewer Arrancar than expected, given Aizen's imminent departure for Karakura town. Something's wrong, Deku murmured. Where is everyone? Nelliel's expression was grim. Either already deployed elsewhere, or gathered at the Garganta, Deku finished. We need to hurry. They quickened their pace, navigating the labyrinthine corridors of Las Noches with Nelliel's guidance. Despite her time away, she remembered the layout perfectly. As they neared the central dome, the spiritual pressure in the air thickened noticeably. Multiple powerful presences were gathered nearby, Espada level at minimum. They paused at a junction, Deku peering carefully around the corner. What he saw made his breath catch. The central chamber had been transformed. A massive Garganta, easily 100 feet across, dominated the space, its black maw swirling with dark energy. Before it stood Aizen, flanked by Jin and Tozen. Arranged in formation were the remaining Espada, including Stark, Ulquiorra, and the false All Might. They're preparing to depart, Deku whispered. We need to signal the others. He reached for Orihime's crystal, channeling a tiny amount of spiritual pressure into it. This is Deku, he murmured. Garganta located in the central dome. All Espada present. Aizen preparing for immediate departure. Converge on our position. The crystal glowed briefly, indicating the message had been sent. Almost immediately, it pulsed with responses. On my way, came Halibel's voice. 5 minutes. Us too, Ichigo replied. Western approach clear. Now what? Nelliel asked. We wait for the others, Deku replied. We need everyone for this to work. They watched from concealment as Aizen addressed his assembled forces. Though too far to hear clearly, Deku could read the Soul Reaper's body language, confident, imperious, utterly certain of victory. The false All Might stood slightly apart from the other Espada, his massive frame unmistakable even at a distance. The sight still twisted something painful in Deku's chest. Your mentor meant a great deal to you, Nelliel observed softly. Everything, Deku admitted. He believed in me when no one else did. Gave me his power, his legacy. Seeing him like this, perverted into Aizen's tool, it's almost worse than seeing him die. Nelliel placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Remember, it's not him. Just a construct designed to manipulate you. I know, Deku said. But it has his spiritual signature. Somewhere in that thing is a fragment of All Might's soul. I can feel it. Before Nelliel could respond, Aizen raised his hand. The Garganta began to widen further, stabilizing as it prepared for mass transport. They're moving, Deku hissed. We can't wait any longer. He reached for the crystal again. Aizen's opening the Garganta. We need to move now, with or without full assembly. I'm nearly there, Halibel responded immediately. 2 minutes out, Ichigo replied, frustration evident in his voice. Deku looked to Nelliel, who nodded in understanding. They couldn't wait. We'll initiate, he decided. Try to slow the process until the others arrive. How? Nelliel asked. Deku's eyes fixed on the massive power cables feeding into the Garganta stabilization equipment. We disrupt the power supply. Not enough to close it completely, but enough to cause confusion. They moved silently along the perimeter of the chamber, keeping to shadows as they approached the power distribution node. No one in Aizen's assembly noticed them, all attention was focused on the Garganta and Aizen's speech. Reaching the power node, Deku examined it quickly. If I channel my energy into this junction, he whispered, it should overload the stabilizers. Create a temporary fluctuation. Do it, Nelliel urged. I'll watch for guards. Deku placed his hand on the junction box, channeling a precisely controlled burst of one for all energy into the system. The effect was immediate, the lights throughout the chamber flickered, and the Garganta wavered, its edges becoming unstable. Aizen stopped mid-speech, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the chamber. "It seems we have uninvited guests," he announced, his voice carrying easily now. "How disappointing." "He knows we're here," Nelliel hissed. "Doesn't matter," Deku replied. "We've done what we came to do, disrupt the departure. Now we just need to keep them occupied until..." A massive explosion rocked the western wall of the chamber. Through the smoke and debris stepped Ichigo, his Bankai activated, black energy swirling around his blade. Beside him, Yuryu notched a glowing arrow to his Quincy bow. "Sorry we're late," Ichigo called, his voice laden with characteristic bravado. "Traffic was hell." "Kurosaki," Aizen acknowledged, appearing more amused than concerned. "And the last Quincy. How fascinating that you've allied with Arrancar." "Less talking, more fighting," Ichigo replied, pointing his black blade at Aizen. "We're here to stop you." "Are you?" Aizen smiled. "With what army?" As if in answer, the eastern wall exploded inward as well. Halibel stepped through the debris, already in her Resurrection form, water swirling around her like a living weapon. "This one," she replied coldly. Deku and Nelliel took the distraction as their cue, Flash stepping to join their allies. The five of them now stood in formation, facing Aizen and his Espada across the chamber. "5 against my entire army," Aizen observed. "Brave, but foolish." "We're not here to fight your army," Deku stated. "Just to stop you from reaching Karakura town." Aizen's eyes narrowed slightly. "Ah, I see. You're buying time for Soul Society to complete their town replacement." He chuckled. "Did you really think I was unaware of their plan? I've known about it for months." "Doesn't matter if you know," Ichigo shot back. "You still have to get through us to get there." "A minor inconvenience," Aizen replied dismissively. He turned to his assembled forces. "Ulquiorra, Stark, All Might, deal with our guests. The rest of you, prepare to depart. The Garganta will stabilize momentarily." The three named Arrancar stepped forward. Stark looked almost bored, while Ulquiorra remained expressionless. The false All Might grinned, the expression a grotesque parody of the reassuring smile Deku remembered. Young Midoriya, the imposter boomed. "One last chance to join us. To stand as heroes together in the new world Aizen will create." "You're not All Might," Deku replied, drawing his Zanpakuto. "All Might would never serve someone like Aizen. Never threaten innocent lives." "Such certainty," Aizen commented. "Yet you didn't know him in death, did you?" "People change when their hearts become holes, Deku. Even the noblest hero can become a monster with the right adjustments." The false All Might spread his arms. "I am what remains of Toshinori Yagi," he insisted. "Reborn, repurposed, but still carrying his core. His love for you. His pride in your growth." "Stop it," Deku growled, green energy beginning to crackle around his blade. "Enough talk," Halibel interrupted. "We have a mission to complete." "Indeed you do," Aizen agreed. "One doomed to failure, but admirable in its ambition." He gestured to his three champions. "Proceed." What followed was chaos. Ulquiorra launched himself at Ichigo, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. Stark sighed before drawing his gun-like weapon and firing a barrage of Zero bullets at Halibel. The false All Might charged directly at Deku, one fist raised in a grotesque parody of his Detroit smash. "Nelliel, with me." Deku called, leaping to meet the imposter's charge. Their clash created a shockwave that cracked the stone floor. The All Might Arrancar's strength was immense, matching Deku's even with his full cowling activated at 30%. "You're holding back, young Midoriya," the imposter taunted. "Just as you used to in training." Show me your full power. Nelliel attacked from the flank, her lance aimed at the Arrancar's side. He caught it with his free hand, swinging her around and sending her crashing into a nearby pillar. Nelliel! Deku cried, momentarily distracted. The All Might Arrancar seized the opportunity, landing a devastating punch to Deku's midsection that sent him flying across the chamber. He crashed through multiple columns before skidding to a stop near the unstable Garganta. You've grown strong, the impostor called, walking casually toward him. But you're fighting with a divided heart. You don't really want to defeat me, do you? Some part of you hopes I really am him. Deku rose shakily, wiping blood from his mouth. The accusation hit closer to home than he wanted to admit. Despite knowing intellectually that this creature wasn't his mentor, emotionally it was devastating to fight against even a shadow of All Might. Nelliel reappeared at his side, helping him stand. Don't listen to him, she urged. He's playing on your emotions, exactly as Aizen planned. I know, Deku replied. But he's right about one thing, I need to stop holding back. He held his Zanpakuto before him, both hands on the hilt. The blade glowed brilliantly green. Inherit, he called, the command word resonating with power, one for all. Power exploded around him, transforming him into his Resurrection form. His mask fragment expanded, covering his face entirely. His body grew more muscular, lightning-like veins of green energy visible beneath his skin. The 6 spectral arms of pure energy extended from his back. That's more like it, the false All Might exclaimed, his own spiritual pressure surging in response. Now we can have a real battle. The impostor's form changed as well, growing larger, his Arrancar uniform shredding as his muscles expanded. His mask fragment extended, forming a V-shaped crest that resembled All Might's distinctive hair spikes. Texas Smash! He roared, throwing a punch that created a pressure wave powerful enough to shatter stone. Deku countered with one of his spectral arms, the energy construct absorbing most of the impact. Another arm lashed out, wrapping around the impostor's wrist and holding him in place. Delaware Smash! Deku called, swinging his Zanpakuto and releasing a crescent of green energy. The attack struck the false All Might squarely in the chest, driving him backward but not causing significant damage. His Hierro was exceptionally strong. Declare, Gamuza! Nelliel called, entering her own Resurrection form. Her lower body transformed into that of a powerful ibex, while her upper body remained humanoid. A double-ended lance appeared in her hands. 2 against 1, the All Might impostor grinned. Just like our training exercises, young Midoriya. Remember how I would hold back to make it fair? You're not him, Deku repeated, the words becoming a mantra to focus his resolve. You're just Aizen's puppet. Together, he and Nelliel attacked from opposite sides. The false All Might was incredibly powerful but found himself hard-pressed to defend against both simultaneously. Deku's spectral arms gave him unprecedented reach and attack angles, while Nelliel's speed and precision with her lance kept the impostor off balance. Across the chamber, similar battles raged. Halibel danced around Stark's Zero barrages, her water techniques creating shields and counterattacks. Ichigo and Ulquiorra were locked in a high-speed duel that repeatedly broke the sound barrier, their movements nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yuryu, meanwhile, had positioned himself near the Garganta, firing specialized arrows into its structure that disrupted its spiritual matrix. Each arrow caused the dimensional doorway to fluctuate more violently. Aizen watched it all with mild interest, making no move to intervene. Beside him, Jin's fox-like smile never wavered. Fascinating, isn't it? Aizen commented to his lieutenant. How attached they remain to their former lives. Deku still can't bring himself to fight all out against even a facsimile of his mentor. Cold, Captain Aizen, Jin replied, his perpetual grin widening slightly. Using the boy's feelings like that. Not cold, Aizen corrected. Efficient. Emotions are levers. I simply know which ones to pull. The false All Might landed a powerful blow that sent Nelliel skidding backward. "Your friend is impressive," he called to Deku. "But she lacks our history, our bond. You and I, young Midoriya, were connected by more than just combat." "You're right," Deku replied, his voice eerily calm. "All Might and I did have a special bond. One based on trust, on shared ideals." His spiritual pressure began to climb dramatically. He believed in protecting the innocent, in self-sacrifice for the greater good. In never using power to dominate others. The green energy around him intensified, becoming almost blinding. 100%, he intoned. "That's it," the impostor encouraged. "Show me your full power." All Might's power was never about destruction, Deku continued, his voice carrying throughout the chamber. It was about inspiration. About making people feel safe. He raised his Zanpakuto, channeling all his energy into the blade. The spectral arms merged with it, creating a weapon of pure, concentrated spiritual power. "You dishonor his memory by serving Aizen," Deku declared. "By threatening innocent lives. And you dishonor his sacrifice by rejecting me," the false All Might roared, charging forward. "United States of Smash," he called, using All Might's ultimate technique. "United States of Smash." Deku countered, meeting the attack head-on. Their collision created a cataclysmic shockwave that rippled throughout Las Noches. The floor beneath them cratered, walls cracked, and several of the lesser Arrancar were thrown off their feet by the concussive force. When the dust cleared, Deku stood over the fallen form of the All Might impostor. The creature's resurrection had faded, returning it to its base Arrancar form. Cracks ran through its mask fragment, and its spiritual pressure flickered like a failing light. "How?" it gasped. "I have the same power, the same techniques. But not the same heart," Deku replied softly. All Might's power was never just physical strength. It was his indomitable spirit, his absolute moral certainty. He raised his Zanpakuto for a final strike, then hesitated. Despite everything, destroying something with even a fragment of All Might's essence felt wrong. The impostor laughed weakly. "Still can't do it, can you? Still the sentimental student." "He's right," came Aizen's voice, suddenly much closer. "Sentiment is such a weakness." Deku spun to find Aizen standing directly behind him, having moved with speed even Deku's enhanced senses couldn't track. Before he could react, Aizen's blade flashed, not attacking Deku, but impaling the false All Might through the chest. "A failed experiment," Aizen pronounced dispassionately. Too much of the original personality remained intact, creating conflicting loyalties. The All Might impostor gasped, looking up at Aizen with betrayal in its eyes. Then, unexpectedly, it turned to Deku. For one brief moment, something genuine, something truly reminiscent of the real All Might, flickered in its expression. "I'm proud of you," it whispered, the words barely audible. "You became a fine hero, even in death." Then it dissolved into spiritual particles, scattered by the chaotic energy still swirling through the chamber. Rage unlike anything Deku had felt since becoming a hollow erupted within him. "You killed him," he growled, turning to face Aizen. "Your own creation." "I dispersed a flawed tool," Aizen corrected mildly. "Nothing more." Deku attacked without warning, his blade aimed directly at Aizen's heart. The former Soul Reaper captain didn't even draw his Zanpakuto, simply raising a finger to block Deku's strike. The impact should have obliterated anyone's hand, but Aizen didn't even flinch. "Impressive speed," Aizen commented. "But ultimately futile." With a casual gesture, he sent Deku flying across the chamber. Nelliel caught him before he could crash into the wall, steadying him. "Don't engage him directly," she warned. "That's what he wants." Around them, the battle continued. Halibel had forced Stark into releasing his resurrection, wolf-like creatures now darting around the chamber as they fought. Ichigo and Ulquiorra had taken their battle outside, a massive hole in the dome revealing flashes of their combat against the night sky. Yuryu continued his systematic disruption of the Garganta, which now fluctuated wildly, its edges unstable and its depth inconsistent. Several of Aizen's Arrancar who had tried to enter it had been violently expelled, some losing limbs to the unstable dimensional boundaries. The Quincy is becoming a nuisance, Aizen observed. With a casual gesture, he directed several of his lower-ranked Arrancar to attack Yuryu. Cover him. Deku called to Nelliel, who nodded and charged toward Yuryu's position. Deku faced Aizen again, maintaining a cautious distance. Why? He demanded. Why sacrifice Karakura town? Why all this destruction? For evolution, Aizen replied simply. The current system is stagnant. Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, the human world, all locked in an endless, pointless cycle. I will break that cycle, create something new. By murdering thousands of innocents. By transcending the artificial boundaries between worlds, Aizen corrected. The souls of Karakura town won't be destroyed, merely transformed, elevated to participate in something greater than their limited existences. Without their consent, Deku countered. Without choice. Does a caterpillar choose to become a butterfly? Aizen asked. No. Yet the transformation occurs regardless, creating something more beautiful, more perfect. I am merely facilitating such a transformation on a grander scale. Aizen gestured toward the Garganta, which Yuryu was still struggling to destabilize further. Your efforts are admirable but ultimately meaningless. Even if you prevent this particular incursion, I will simply create another path. Time is on my side, Deku. It always has been. Maybe, Deku acknowledged. But right now, time is what we need. He glanced at Orihime's communication crystal, which pulsed with a particular pattern, the signal they'd established to indicate Soul Society was ready. Aizen's eyes narrowed. Ah, I see. You've achieved your objective, delaying me long enough for Soul Society to complete their town replacement. Exactly, Deku confirmed. By the time you reach Karakura town, if you reach it, there will be nothing there but an empty construct. The real town and its people will be safely in Soul Society. For the first time, Aizen's composure slipped slightly. Clever, he admitted. Using my own confidence against me. I didn't believe you would actually attempt a direct confrontation, so I allowed this distraction to proceed. Not just a distraction, Deku replied, his spiritual pressure beginning to build again. A statement. Aizen raised an eyebrow. Oh. That we reject your vision, Deku declared. That we choose to protect rather than sacrifice. That even in death, even as hollows, we can choose a different path than endless consumption and destruction. Noble sentiments, Aizen said dismissively. But ultimately irrelevant to the larger pattern of existence. A massive explosion from above interrupted their exchange. The dome of Las Noches cracked open further as Ichigo and Ulquiorra crashed back into the chamber, both showing signs of intense combat. Ichigo's Bankai coat was tattered, while Ulquiorra had entered a form Deku had never seen before, black-winged, with a long tail and horns. Segunda Etapa, Nelliel identified, rejoining Deku after having helped Yuryu repel his attackers. Ulquiorra's second release form. I didn't know he possessed such an ability. Full of surprises, my Espada, Aizen commented. As am I. He finally drew his Zanpakuto, holding it before him. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. The blade seemed to dissolve into mist, spreading throughout the chamber. Deku tensed, remembering Halibel's warnings about Aizen's perfect hypnosis. Don't look directly at his sword. Nelliel called to the others. It controls all 5 senses. But the warning came too late for many of them. Yuryu froze, suddenly surrounded by illusory enemies. Ichigo, momentarily distracted from his battle with Ulquiorra, found himself fighting shadows. Only Deku, Nelliel, and Halibel, who had been extensively briefed on Aizen's abilities, managed to avoid direct exposure to Kyoka Suigetsu's effect. Impressive resistance, Aizen noted. But ultimately futile. My Espada alone outnumber you. Add my perfect hypnosis, and your defeat is inevitable. Maybe, Deku acknowledged. But defeat isn't the same as failure. We've already accomplished our primary objective. He glanced at the wildly fluctuating Garganta. And we're about to accomplish our second. With a subtle gesture, he signaled Halibel, who immediately released her most powerful attack, a massive torrent of water aimed not at any opponent, but at the Garganta's power system. The resulting surge overloaded the already stressed system. The Garganta's edges began to collapse inward, the dimensional doorway imploding with catastrophic force. Several unfortunate Arrancar who had been too close were pulled in, their screams cut off as the passage snapped shut. A temporary setback, Aizen said, though his voice held a hint of annoyance now. I can create another Garganta with ease. Not in time, Halibel replied, joining Deku and Nelliel. Soul Society has completed their preparations. Karakura town is beyond your reach for now. Aizen's eyes narrowed dangerously. Then perhaps I should focus on more immediate concerns. Such as eliminating traitors. He raised his hand, and the remaining Espada, those not already engaged in combat, moved to surround the 3 rebel Arrancar and their allies. We need to retreat, Nelliel murmured. We've accomplished our mission. Agreed, Deku replied. But how? We're surrounded, and half our team is caught in Aizen's illusions. As if in answer to his question, a new Garganta suddenly opened behind them, not one of Aizen's creation, but smaller, rougher in its construction. Through it stepped a figure Deku never expected to see, Grimjow Jagerjax, the Sexta Espada. Hurry up if you're coming, Grimjow growled. This won't stay open long. Grimjow? Nelliel questioned, shocked. Why would you help us? Who says I'm helping you? Grimjow retorted. Maybe I just hate following Aizen's orders more than I hate you. Deku didn't waste time questioning their unexpected ally. Grab Ichigo and Yuryu, he instructed Nelliel. We're leaving. Nelliel nodded, Flash stepping to collect the disoriented Soul Reaper and Quincy. Halibel joined them, creating a water barrier to hold off the approaching Espada. Interesting choice, Grimjow, Aizen commented, making no immediate move to stop them. I had not anticipated disloyalty from you. Yeah, well, I'm full of surprises, Grimjow replied with a feral grin. Like this one. He raised his hand, revealing a small device clutched in his palm, one of Sailaporo's experimental bombs, designed to temporarily neutralize spiritual pressure in a limited area. A parting gift, he said, and threw it directly at Aizen. The device detonated in a flash of purple light. For a crucial few seconds, the spiritual pressure in the chamber dropped dramatically, not enough to harm anyone seriously, but enough to disrupt Aizen's control of his perfect hypnosis. Now! Deku shouted. Everyone threw the Garganta. They didn't need to be told twice. Nelliel dragged the still disoriented Ichigo and Yuryu through the dimensional doorway. Halibel followed, maintaining her water barrier until the last possible moment. Deku was the last to enter, pausing briefly at the threshold. His eyes met Aizen's across the chamber. The former captain's expression was composed once more, but Deku could sense the cold fury beneath the surface. This isn't over, Aizen stated, not a threat but a simple fact. No, Deku agreed. But the next round won't be on your terms. He stepped through the Garganta, and Grimjow sealed it behind them. They emerged not at their ancient fortress base, but in a new location entirely, a crystalline cave system deep beneath Hueco Mundo's desert. Welcome to my personal hideout, Grimjow announced with sardonic pride. No one knows about this place. Not even Aizen. Why, Grimjow? Halibel asked directly. Why turn against Aizen now? The blue-haired Arrancar shrugged. Got tired of being someone's pet. Figured if you 3 could grow spines and leave, so could I. That's not the whole truth, Nelliel observed. Grimjow's expression darkened. Fine. I saw what he did to that All Might copy. Created it, used it, then disposed of it when it wasn't perfectly obedient. Made me wonder when my expiration date might come up. He looked at Ichigo, who was finally shaking off the effects of Aizen's hypnosis. Plus, I owed this one a proper rematch. Can't have Aizen killing him before I get the chance. Ichigo managed a weak grin. Good to see you too, Grimjow. Don't get sentimental, Grimjow snapped. I still plan to kick your ass. Just on my terms, not Aizen's. Yuryu adjusted his glasses, which had somehow remained intact throughout the battle. Touching as this reunion is, we need to contact Soul Society. Confirm the town transfer was completed successfully. Already taken care of, came a new voice from deeper in the cave. They turned to see Rukia emerging from a crystalline tunnel, accompanied by Orihime and Chad. Rukia? Ichigo exclaimed. How did you get here? Grimjow brought us, Orihime explained. After he contacted us with your plan. All eyes turned to Grimjow, who looked uncomfortable with the attention. What? I'm not completely stupid. Knew you'd need a backup plan when things went to hell. And Soul Society? Deku pressed. The town transfer. Completed successfully, Rukia confirmed. Captain Yukitake just confirmed it. The real Karakura town is now safely located within Soul Society, and a perfect replica stands in its place. If Aizen attacks it, he'll find nothing but empty spiritual constructs. Relief washed through Deku. They'd succeeded in their primary mission. Thousands of lives had been saved. So we won. Ichigo asked tentatively. Round 1, perhaps, Halibel cautioned. Aizen won't abandon his plans. He'll find another way, another approach. But he'll have to start over, Nelliel pointed out. Recalculate, reposition. That gives us time to strengthen our position. Deku moved to a natural formation that resembled a table, placing his Zanpakuto upon it. What happened today wasn't just about delaying Aizen, he said. It was about making a statement, to him, to Soul Society, to ourselves. He looked around at the assembled group, Arrancar, Soul Reapers, humans, and a Quincy. That we reject the artificial boundaries between our kinds. That we can choose to protect rather than destroy. That even those society considers monsters can retain their humanity. Pretty words, Grimjow muttered. But Aizen's still out there, and he's pissed now. Yes, Deku acknowledged. Which means we need to formalize what we've started here. Not just an alliance of convenience, but a true third faction, independent of both Aizen and Soul Society. With what purpose? Yuryu asked, though his tone suggested interest rather than skepticism. To protect the balance between worlds, Halibel suggested. Without the rigid hierarchy of Soul Society or the nihilism of Hueco Mundo. To offer another path for hollows, Nelliel added. One that doesn't require endless consumption or serving a master. To be heroes, Deku concluded simply. Even in death. Silence fell as everyone considered these words. Then, to everyone's surprise, it was Grimjow who spoke first. Fine, he said gruffly. I'm in. Not because of the sappy heroics, but because someone needs to keep Aizen in check. Might as well be us. Us, Ichigo repeated, testing the word. Yeah, I like the sound of that. One by one, the others voiced their agreement. Even Yuryu, despite his ingrained distrust of hollows, acknowledged the necessity of their alliance. Then it's decided, Deku said. From this day forward, we stand together, not as Soul Reapers or Arrancar or humans, but as protectors of the balance between worlds. We'll need a name, Orihime suggested. Something that represents all of us. Various suggestions were offered, some serious, some less so. In the end, it was Nelliel who proposed a name that resonated with everyone. Balance, she said simply. Because that's what we seek to maintain, balance between life and death, between worlds, between the darkness within us and the light we choose to follow. And so the balance was born, a coalition of unlikely allies united by common purpose. In the days that followed, they expanded their operations, establishing a network of bases throughout Hueco Mundo and creating secure channels of communication with sympathetic elements within Soul Society. Word spread among the hollows of Hueco Mundo, tales of Arrancar who had rejected Aizen, who offered protection rather than predation. Some scoffed, but others, tired of endless hunger and pointless violence, sought them out. 1 week after their confrontation with Aizen, Deku stood on a crystal outcropping above their new main base, a massive underground complex that combined natural formations with constructed elements. Below him, Arrancar trained alongside Soul Reapers, sharing techniques and developing new combat strategies that blended their different abilities. Halibel and Nelliel joined him on the outcropping, the three leaders of their faction naturally gravitating together. Aizen has gone silent, Halibel reported. Our scouts report minimal activity at Las Noches. Regrouping, Nelliel suggested. Developing a new strategy. Let him, Deku said confidently. Whatever he plans next, we'll be ready. Halibel touched his shoulder gently. You've been different since the confrontation. Since the All Might imposter. Deku nodded, acknowledging the change. Seeing that thing, something with even a fragment of All Might's essence, it forced me to confront something I'd been avoiding. Which was? Nelliel prompted. That I've been clinging too tightly to who I was in life, Deku admitted. Using my past as both shield and compass. But I'm not just Izuku Midoriya anymore. I'm not just Deku the hero. I'm something new, not better or worse, just different. Evolution, Halibel observed. The healthy kind. Not what Aizen preaches. Exactly, Deku agreed. I'll always honor what All Might taught me, always carry those ideals. But I need to define what being a hero means in this new existence, on my own terms. Not on your own, Nelliel corrected, taking his hand. On our terms. Together. Halibel took his other hand, completing the circuit between them. Together, she echoed. As they stood there, three Arrancar who had defied the natural order of their world, Deku felt something he hadn't experienced since awakening in the endless desert of Hueco Mundo, complete certainty. Not just purpose, but belonging. In life, he had found family in his friends at UA, in All Might's mentorship, in the shared struggle to become heroes. In death, he had found it again, in Halibel's quiet strength, in Nelliel's compassionate wisdom, in the unlikely alliance they had built together. The hole in his chest, the physical marker of his hollow nature, no longer felt like an absence. Instead, it was a space filled with new connections, new bonds, new purpose. They had defied fate. Rejected the roles assigned to them as hollows chosen a different path. And whatever Aizen planned next, whatever challenges awaited them in the endless battle to maintain balance between worlds, they would face it together, not as monsters, but as heroes of a different kind. The journey had only just begun. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.